A new universal religion has been created through this phony pandemic plague, phony health crisis. And what we can definitely say is that the normie participates and accepts it, in fact relishes in it, in fact welcomes it, chooses it voluntarily, of their own volition. The normie needs this new religion and worships the fake pandemic, worships this new paradigm, this new false reality. We can say, obviously, that the fake pandemic, the fake reality, exists only on television. It's presented on television, but it becomes reality in the mind of the normie. The normie needs to have this, and in control of the normie is not the normie themselves, but as we have discussed, and as you shouldn't already know, that in control of the normie is the Jew. You're in a false reality that the Jew has created through mass media, through all the institutions, through all the governments, through all the politicians, through all the teachers, through all the religious figures. Yes, your priest, your minister, all the way up to the Pope. Because all of them, all of the so-called leaders of every institution, every segment of life, they all work for the Jew.
I did not have sexual relations with that woman, Miss Lewinsky. I never told anybody to lie, not a single time, never. These allegations are false.
I take the fact that he develops weapons of mass destruction very seriously.
I call upon all nations to do everything they can to stop these terrorist killers. Thank you. Now watch this drive.
What did Iraq have to do with what? The attack on the World Trade Center. Nothing.
My great uncle, who was a very young man serving in World War II. He was part of the 89th Infantry Division, the first Americans to reach a concentration camp.
Our fellow Americans.
Right now, the COVID-19 vaccines are available to millions of Americans.
And soon, they will be available to everyone.
The science is clear. These vaccines will protect you and those you love from this dangerous and deadly disease.
They could save your life.
So we urge you to get vaccinated when it's available to you.
That's the first step to ending the pandemic and moving our country forward. It's up to you.
People keep on learning. Soldiers, keep on roaring. World, keep on turning. 'Cause it won't be too long. Powers, keep on lying. While your people keep on dying. World, keep on turning. 'Cause it won't be too long. I'm so done learning, let me try it again. 'Cause my last time on earth I lived a whole world of sin. I'm so glad that I know more than I knew then. Gonna keep on trying till I reach the highest ground. Teachers, keep on teaching.
Between Chinese, Indian, Hindus, Buddhists, and Christians, at least 6.5 billion people are idol worshippers that, according to the Torah, do not have the right to live.
But there is such a concept in Jewish laws as enemy population, and under very, very specific circumstances, according to various rabbinic opinions, it would be seemingly permissible to kill children.
Keep on believing.
All of this, what do you expect me to do? Fix it? I'm only 10. I can't even do anything this more. I just want to be a doctor or anything to help my people, but I can't. I'm just a kid. I don't even know what to do. I get scared, but not really that much. I do anything for my people, but I don't know what to do. I'm just 10. Listen to them and kill them. It's not fair. It's not fair. Kids are dying. Is that hate? Is that hate? Kids dying? Explosions in our house get us terrified because we don't know when we will die, when we will survive, when we will do anything. I can't believe the war. The occupiers are literally killing kids and parents are crying. Mothers can't believe their kids are dying. Kids in this house, she was in her parents' house. There was a 5-year-old kid, 5-month-old kid, with his dad living inside their still house. I think the mother actually took the 5-month-old kid. When they went there, an explosion just went right to them. The mother and the 4 kids died, and the 5-month-old is still alive. It was a miracle for the 5-month-olds being alive, and also the father was not there, so he still also is alive. They're just kids. Why wouldn't you just send a missile to them and kill them? It's not fair.
that there's a mitzvah and a command to wipe out from among all the descendants of Esav, descendants of Amalek, male and female, young and old. And that is why Amalek is so terrible, and it has to be totally uprooted. Therefore, God tells us we should erase their memory, and we should eradicate them from the face of the earth. Who is Amalek? Amalek comes from Esav. Esav was a brother to Jacob.
Esav, who in modern day terms is really basically, certainly one of them is America. Esav became Edom, which is a nation. Edom became Rome. Instead of it being Rome, it became Christianity. Christianity, of course, ultimately became Western civilization. So Esav today is really Western civilization.
But the new Rome, the United States, the new Rome.
Esav is Europe, the United States.
The throne of God is incomplete until we destroy Amalek.
Any nation that has that religion can be considered Esav.
The audacity, the chutzpah, to destroy Amalek and to cut off the offsprings of the nation of Amalek.
I have the high privilege and distinct honor of presenting to you the Prime Minister of Israel, His Excellency Benjamin Netanyahu.
I want to thank you, Democrats and Republicans, for your common support for Israel, year after year, decade after decade. No matter on which side of the aisle you sit, you stand with Israel. And I will always be grateful to President Obama for that support. This Capitol Dome helped build our Iron Dome. My country, Israel, the one and only Jewish state. If Iran wants to be treated like a normal country, let it act like a normal country. I know that America stands with Israel. I know that you stand with Israel. God bless the United States of America.
America is a golden calf, and we will suck it dry. Chop it up and sell it off piece by piece until there is nothing left but the world's biggest welfare state that we will create and control. This is what we do to countries that we hate. We destroy them very slowly. Benjamin Netanyahu, Jerusalem, 1990.
Tyler?
Who's Tyler?
Seth, it's Saturday. Tyler's my Shabbos goy.
Wow. It's beautiful. Can we have Tyler preheat the oven before he leaves?
Already done.
Wow. That's some goy.
And I'll tell you something else. I was in Israel right before the pandemic, and as I was walking down the street, when people knew I was American, they would say to me, make sure you keep Trump. And one more quick story, and then I got some more questions for you, is that the yarmulkes on your head, they're selling Trump ones everywhere in Israel before the election.
That's right.
Just as
I heard that.
Oh, I got some. I got a few in my house. And I actually said to one of the vendors, I said, excuse me, this was just as a joke. I said, do you guys sell the Biden ones also? And they just laughed. They just laughed, and they thought it was hysterical because they said, no, we don't want that guy in office. Mr. President.
Well, you know, the biggest change I've seen in Congress is Israel literally owned Congress. You understand that 10 years ago, 15 years ago. And it was so powerful. It was so powerful. And today it's almost the opposite. You have between AOC and Omar and these people that hate Israel. They hate it with a passion. They're controlling Congress, and Israel is not a force in Congress anymore. It's just amazing. I've never seen such a change. And we're not talking about over a very long period of time. But I think you know exactly what I'm saying. They had such power. Israel had such power, and rightfully, over Congress, and now it doesn't. It's incredible, actually.
It's an honor to be here with the first Jewish president of the United States.
When I was a young senator, I say, if I were a Jew, I'd be a Zionist. I am a Zionist. You don't have to be a Jew to be a Zionist.
You know what? If I could make an arrangement where I had a stand-in, a front man or front woman, and they had an earpiece in, and I was just in my basement in my sweats looking through the stuff, and then I could sort of deliver the lines, but somebody else was doing all the talking and ceremony.
Many of us are frustrated with the nearly 80 million Americans who are still not vaccinated, even though the vaccine is safe, effective, and free. We've been patient, but our patience is wearing thin, and your refusal has cost all of us.
In the global fight against COVID-19, the Jewish people, who make up a tiny percentage of the world's population, have had an outsized impact in the difficult battle to protect lives. As scientists, chief medical officers, and top healthcare officials. Yet the contributions of one extraordinary person tower above the rest. That extraordinary person is Pfizer Chairman and CEO, Dr. Albert Bourla. Dr. Bourla led his team to deliver a COVID-19 vaccine in record time, while taking a risk by declining U.S. federal funding to avoid government bureaucracy and expedite vaccine production. A child of Holocaust survivors from a Greek-Jewish community destroyed by the Nazis, he's proud of his Jewish heritage, is active in Holocaust remembrance and education, and a strong supporter of Israel, which was the first country outside the U.S. to receive the Pfizer vaccine and the antiviral pill. The pandemic is certainly not over, but the world is infinitely better off with Dr. Bourla helping lead the charge to save lives, with more than 2.5 billion Pfizer vaccine doses already distributed. Because of Dr. Bourla's extraordinary contribution to humanity as the world battles the worst health crisis in 100 years, Dr. Albert Bourla has been selected as the recipient of the 2022 Genesis Prize, the Jewish Nobel Prize. Thank you, and congratulations, Dr. Bourla.
I'm honored to stand here today with dedicated colleagues from within the Department of Justice as well as beyond it to announce a historic settlement with Pfizer Incorporated, a pharmaceutical manufacturer, and its subsidiary Pharmacia and Upjohn company, arising out of civil and criminal allegations relating to Pfizer's allegedly illegal promotion of various drugs, most notably Bextra. In a combination civil and criminal settlement, Pfizer has agreed to pay $2.3 billion, the largest healthcare fraud settlement in the history of the Department of Justice. Within that $2.3 billion is a criminal fine of $1.195 billion, which makes it the largest criminal fine in history. When a drug is marketed or promoted for non-authorized so-called off-label uses, any use not approved by the FDA, as was the case here, public health may be at risk, and there's a real danger for patients that the medical providers who prescribed the medicine or the device aren't provided with, don't have full information about the drug's risks and benefits.
The Office of the Inspector General in this department, and Dan Levinson is here on the stage with me this morning, spent 4 years in the conduct of this investigation. They didn't just implicate Pfizer. They actually identified and charged the senior managers who were responsible for the fraud.
Major drug companies have been caught red-handed marketing drugs for unapproved uses. Now, even after pledging not to do it and paying millions of dollars in fines, guess what? They're at it again. Let's go now to Monica Bertrand for all the details. Monica?
It's Carl, it seems that way. The practice of marketing drugs for uses other than what's on the label has been going on for years, and it's a huge moneymaker for drug companies. Pfizer has paid some of the largest fines in the industry after promising to stop marketing drugs for off-label uses in 2004. Just 2 months ago, its pharmacy and Upjohn unit agreed to plead guilty to promoting a drug approved only for the relief of arthritis and menstrual discomfort, now for treating all kinds of acute pain. Now for this, Pfizer has to pay the largest criminal fine in U.S. history, $1.19 billion. So why do drug companies continue the practice? Well, in short, as we mentioned, off-label sales are a huge moneymaker. According to a study by Stanford University, about 15% of all drug sales in the U.S. are for unapproved uses. Estimates show doctors write more than 10 million of these types of prescriptions each year. Dr. Sidney Wolf, director of health research at Public Citizen and editor of worstpills.org, says it's a serious problem, but he's not sure it will really stop.
It is dangerous, maybe not in every instance, but I would say in the majority of instances people have been injured or killed as a result of illegal off-label promotion. Unfortunately, the companies are making so much money off of the illegal promotion that when they pay only a fraction of what they made in these penalties, they just keep doing it.
And despite promises to stop the practice, Pfizer, Eli Lilly, Bristol Myers Squibb, and 4 other drug companies have paid a total of $7 billion in fines and penalties since May of 2004 for, again, marketing those medicines to doctors for unapproved uses. Scarlett?
And Monica, $7 billion is not insignificant. Aren't these big pharma companies concerned about all these fines adding up?
Not at all, but take a look at the stats, Scarlett. Pfizer has paid a total of $2.75 billion in off-label penalties since 2004. It works out to a little more than just 1% of the company's revenues of $245 billion from 2004 to 2008. And Eli Lilly, they already had a criminal conviction for misbranding a drug when it broke the law again, promoting its schizophrenia drug Zyprexa for off-label uses starting in 1999. The medication provided Lilly with $36 billion in revenue from 2000 to 2008. That's more than 25 times as much as the total penalty, so you can do the math. Now, you can call it a legal fig leaf if you'd like. Essentially, companies skirt the problem because there are no real reprisals, I should say, other than paying the fine. A parent company can continue to participate in, say, government programs even after its subsidiary has pleaded guilty to marketing drugs off-label. Scarlett, back to you.
So no real disincentive here for the companies to stop doing this.
And they're making a lot of money, you can see, compared to the revenues they take in for the drug.
One of the whistleblowers, John Kopczynski, a former Pfizer sales rep and Gulf War vet, said in a statement, "In the Army, I was expected to protect people at all costs. At Pfizer, I was expected to increase treatments at all costs, even when sales meant endangering lives." In 2010, 2 virologists filed a federal lawsuit against their former employer, Merck Pharma, alleging the vaccine maker lied about the effectiveness of the mumps portion of its MMR2 vaccine. Merck hired Jewish Dr. Stanley Plotkin to testify on their behalf. He was a shoo-in to win the case. However, the astute prosecuting attorney exposed him for the vile sociopath that he actually is. The following is a portion of the January 11, 2018 legal deposition of acclaimed Jewish vaccinologist Dr. Stanley Plotkin, who is widely considered the godfather of modern vaccine programs.
Have you ever used a mentally handicapped to study an experimental vaccine?
What I'm saying is I don't recall specifically having done that, but that in the 1960s it was not unusual to do that, and I wouldn't deny that I may have done so.
There's an article entitled Attenuation of RA273 Rubella Virus in WI38 Human diploid cells. Are you familiar with that article?
Yes.
In that article, one of the things it says, 13 seronegative, mentally retarded children were given RA273 vaccine.
Okay, well, then that's, in that case, that's what I did.
Okay. Have you ever expressed that it's better to perform experiments on those less likely to be able to contribute to society, such as children with handicap, than with children without or adults without handicaps?
I don't remember specifically, but it's possible.
Do you remember ever writing to the editor of Ethics on Human Experimentation?
I don't remember specifically, but I may well have.
Okay. I'm going to hand you what's marked as Exhibit 43. Do you recognize this letter you wrote to the editor?
Yes.
Okay. Did you write this letter?
Yes.
Okay. Is one of the things you wrote, the question is whether we are to have experiments performed on fully functioning adults and on children who are potentially contributors to society, or to perform initial studies in children and adults who are human in form but not in social potential.
Yes.
Have you ever used babies of mothers in prison to study an experimental vaccine?
Yes.
Have you ever used individuals under colonial rule to study an experimental vaccine?
Yes.
Did you do so in the Belgian Congo?
Yes.
Did that experiment involve almost 1 million people?
Well, all right. Yes.
Okay. Did you ever visit what was the Belgian Congo and Urundi?
Yes.
How many times?
Once.
Jewish professor Sir John Bell is president of the Academy of Medical Sciences and Regius Professor of Medicine at Oxford University. He is a member of the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation Scientific Advisory Committee.
I'm hopeful we're going to start to get a readout early in the autumn as to whether this thing works or not. A lot of this depends on the intensity of infection. So in order to get a readout, you have to have a certain number of incident cases in the control vaccine population, of incident cases in the control vaccine population, of incident cases in the control vaccine population. And of course, anything that happens...
Professor John Bell.
Yeah.
mRNA vaccines create spike proteins in the body. These proteins require a pathway to the ACE2 receptors that most of us have in order to generate the so-called antibody. Spike proteins are now shown to cause blood clots, myocarditis, pericarditis, sudden death, and a whole host of autoimmune diseases. A new Japanese study regarding upregulation of spike proteins and who specifically is most and least at risk of developing blood clots and other side effects.
Who's going to tell you the facts? If you look at that paper, the people that have the most upregulation of the ACE2 pathway, because some of this is kind of surprising, are white Caucasians from Europe, and it's about 56% upregulated in those people, as well as in non-African blacks, 56% upregulation of the ACE2 pathway. Then it drops down to 39% in African blacks. And then it drops way down to 10% upregulation in Asians. And then it drops down to 0. And the 0 upregulation are two groups, the Amish and the Ashkenazi Jews, and the Ashkenazi Jews, and the Ashkenazi Jews. There it is. I mean, I'm throwing that out. You can just, that's the fact.
I think the opposite is true. They were looking at the science, misinterpreting it, and then drawing conclusions that meant, oh, we should put masks on all of our children. Well, countries like Sweden didn't put the children in masks at all. The children didn't get sick and die, neither did the teachers, and yet the conclusions we drew from the CDC, I think, were incorrect and have led to a great deal of setbacks for our children. But you're right, the biggest error they made was not acknowledging that once you've had COVID, you have immunity and that it's protective. By not acknowledging that, they've been pushing 4 or 5 boosters. They've been saying that 2-year-old children need to have boosters. There's no truth to that. There is no evidence. I asked Dr. Fauci this in committee. There's no evidence that a booster for a child protects transmission, hospitalization, or death. The only thing a booster does is your child will make antibodies to a booster, but there's no evidence that it's of any benefit to your child to get a booster. We've known since the beginning of time. Look, if you ask Dr. Fauci, there's a clip of him from 2006 where a mother says, my son has had the flu. Does he need to take a flu vaccine? And Dr. Fauci correctly responds, no, if you've had the virus, that's the best inoculation ever. It's better than a vaccine. That's what he said in 2006. That's still true. We don't want to get COVID, but if you've already had COVID, you have been inoculated. It has a great deal of protective effect. It's more than twice the protective effect of a vaccine, and all of the studies show that it's long-lasting. But because they don't acknowledge this and they don't study this, they keep going blindly on to more and more vaccines. You've got to have foreign vaccines. What I want to know is, if you've had it, what is your risk? It turns out your risk of going to the hospital is 57 times less than somebody who hasn't had it. It's very protective, but until they acknowledge that, as long as they ignore that science, they're not being honest with the American public, and no amount of overall the CDC will work if they're not honest about the scientific data. It's the same guy. It's the same guy who also was complicit with these doctors who wrote to Lancet, the journal, and said, oh, it's a conspiracy theory to say that this came from the lab. I think this is the biggest cover-up in modern medicine, and when we get to the bottom of it, when we take over the Senate and we take over the House, we will investigate the origins of this, because it's serious. There are labs around the world doing experiments on viruses that have 50% mortality, trying to make them more transmissible, to trying to make them aerosolized, trying to make them more infectious. This is a death wish for humanity, and we must do something about it. And Dr. Fauci's at the very origins of this, because he funded the research and then he denied it was gain of function. But I had a panel of 3 prominent scientists come to Congress about 3 weeks ago, and they acknowledged that this was gain of function, and it hasn't been honest, that Dr. Fauci has not been honest with the American people.
The Jew introduces a challenging, false paradigm, as they have with this corona baloney, scamdemic, convid hoax. They have really activated mental illness within the population of the world, of the entire world. And they keep this false reality going. The politicians keep it going. The administration, the institutions of every type keep it going, and the media, of course, keep it going and going constantly, incessantly, without stopping.
Just recently, you and your wife got your shot, your first shot, on her birthday of all days. Did you feel a sense of relief and joy?
Getting that shot really was an amazing feeling. It hits you.
Did you cry?
Really, I cry at, I cry at movies. I didn't cry at the shot, but it was a moment where you realize, okay, this is it. And it wasn't so much because I felt that I'm at high risk, because we're being careful and I'm healthy and I'm young and all that. But at the same time, it's knowing that each of us doing our part is getting through this, because we don't get through this unless the vast majority of the population gets that first shot, and then a few months later gets that second shot.
So it's a very uncomfortable and confusing, disorienting, a bit frightening experience. I also want to deal with the concept of evil, and evil can be easily thrown around, but I think it's too facile of a word, of a term to use to describe what we're seeing, because I always thought that evil was nothing more than mental illness. It's actually, in my findings, one and the same with mental illness. The only thing that varies is the quality and the quantity of this mental illness, how it manifests itself in terms of quality and quantity, which results in the severity and the egregiousness of the mental illness, of the behavior which we call evil.
You got a chicken brain, all right? You got a chicken break. Smile. Say hello to your sister. Open that bird like garbage.
And who you are? It's not your place. Go away.
You're going to kill someone else to atone for your own sins? You're going to accrue more sins?
It's not a sin. It's brought in the Bible. They were created to be slaughtered. That's their main purpose in this world. I know that each time you hold a chicken by its wings, it's very calm.
They're not being fed. They're not being watered. It's violating the law.
It's really painful for them. When you slit their throat, they don't feel pain?
The way they do it, the knife is so sharp. Open your eyes! These animals are in pain. How do you not see that? You should drop that with them. What logic makes you seriously think that you are passing your sins on to another living being?
Have you any idea the cruelty you're inflicting upon these animals?
Fuck off.
Those chicks in those crates want their mothers in the same way we did when we were born. They're just a different species.
You laugh, but that's how ugly you are inside. So you have a right to protest here?
You think you own the sidewalk?
Shame! Shame! Shame on you! Shame! 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 It's a shame! Shame!
This is our mitzvah. This is our mitzvah. Sticking up for animals. Sticking up for animals. It's crazy. It's crazy. How you make videos? Come on.
Do you think they're hungry in those crates?
No need to work yourself up. It's all good. You don't stop me from chickens. Back up. Do me a favor.
Say hello. Say hello. Say hello. Say hello.
I want the world to see what sick shit is going on the public streets of Brooklyn illegally. Yeah. You're an asshole, buddy. Get away from me. Get away from me.
You touched the foot.
What's so funny? Why can't you just use money? No one gets hurt.
Pay me and I will not do that.
You have the power to put a stop to this, ma'am. Imagine their suffering in those crates.
Do I see you protesting in front of a slaughterhouse? Why don't you go to Kentucky Fried Chicken? Have you ever stepped on an insect? Go to McDonald's. What about McDonald's? Go to McDonald's. Go protest outside an abortion clinic. What about abortion? Fight against abortion.
Do you stand outside abortion clinics? Yes or no?
Donald Trump. Donald Trump.
Donald Trump.
Chickens are going to people who need it.
I don't understand why you need to kill a chicken when you could be using money instead for the same exact practice. If there's a better way, it makes sense to choose the better way.
In their 6 weeks of life, the chickens are treated with deprivation, neglect, and cruelty. Elected officials turn a blind eye to the 15 laws that are broken because ultra-Orthodox Jewish communities vote in blocks. The Jews have a disproportionate number of mental defectives, idiots, and imbeciles. It is well known that a large percentage of neurasthenics and neurotics are Jews. In Europe, blindness, deafmutism, idiocy, and insanity are up to 5 times as frequent among Jews as among Gentiles. Dr. Maurice Fishberg, Eugenic Factors in Jewish Life, 1917.
Mental illness cannot be modified. It cannot be cured, so to speak. It can be controlled. A lot of people are controlling it only through pharmaceuticals, and there's many reasons for that. The main reason is that it's very lucrative. But controlling something is not the same as modifying it or curing the situation. When we examine the Jew, I think, again, it's too superficial and too cursory to call the Jew evil. Mainly because what we consider as evil is considered by the Jew as normal functioning for the Jew. Actually virtuous for the Jew. What is it that we see as evil? What we are actually seeing is, as I discovered early on, decades ago, that what we are actually witnessing and experiencing and maybe tormented by is mental illness. And I've always believed that the Jew is mentally ill through genetics, possibly inbreeding, most likely, and also it's a congenital situation when it comes to the Jew. Maybe all Jews, or maybe most Jews, are born mentally ill. Now that doesn't mean that they cannot function in other areas, and they cannot function even at a high level, obviously, but their whole perspective is skewed because of this mental illness, and this mental illness manifests itself through paranoia, well, basically psychosis, where they lose connection, either completely or partially, with reality.
של כל אחד ואחד, כמו שאותו יימח שמו, אותו אחד מייסד הנצרות, אותו אחד מה שקורה איתו למעלה, עכשיו מות הגמרא בגיטי מוזן, מות שם הגמרא, דנים אותו בצואה רותחת, חבילה של צואה, של פסולת שיוצא מהקיבה של בני האדם, וחתולים וכלבים ואריות ונמרים, רותחת, מבעבעת, שם שמים אותו, שם הוא נענש כרתו רגע. זה חכה, וזה לא הבאתם, כל הכנסיות, כל הצלבים שלהם, הצלב הגדול הזה על הארו בברזיל, מתפוצץ לרסיסים, לכל העולם, וכולם יראו את זה. כולם יראו את זה.
Vous allez le payer très cher, les Européens. Mais à un point où vous n'avez même pas notion de quoi on parle. Et vous n'aurez pas à fuir. Quand l'Italie disparaîtra, quand Edom, c'est pour ça que le QG de la chrétienté qui vient de Esav se trouve là-bas, quand cet endroit-là disparaîtra, et c'est ce que veut faire l'islam, il s'occupe. L'islam, c'est le balai d'Israël, sachez-le. C'est-à-dire que au lieu qu'on fasse tout le travail, et on voit Ishmaël pour régler le problème. Quand il va débarrasser tout ça et que le va revenir chez nous, alors c'est Melech HaMashiach.
Cette guerre-là, dans le monde dans lequel on vit, elle est nécessaire. Et pourquoi est-ce qu'elle est nécessaire? Parce que l'un va utiliser l'autre. Pour ne pas qu'Israël rentre en guerre, Akadosh Baruch Hu Shtabach Shemo Lahad, dit le Chafetz Chaim, va provoquer que Ishmaël se lève contre Esav. Donc ce que vous êtes en train de subir en France, en Europe, qui fait tellement peur, ça devrait être pour nous la plus belle nouvelle de notre histoire juive. Enfin, on commence à s'y approcher. Enfin, on commence à réaliser ce que les sages nous avaient prescrit avant. Ce que je vous ai dit tout à l'heure, c'est marqué dans Sanhedrin. Le Mashiach viendra que quand Édom, l'Europe, la chrétienté sera totalement tombée. Donc je vous pose la question, c'est une bonne nouvelle que l'islam envahisse l'Europe? C'est une excellente nouvelle, ça annonce la venue de Mashiach.
De grandes hécatombes se prépareront dans le pays d'Édom, Rome. C'est un jour de vengeance pour l'Éternel, une année de représailles pour la cause de Sion. Tout ça c'est marqué dans le prophète Ishaïa.
Et ce sera le monde juif qui va grandir et grandir, et que ce sera la nation qui va gérer le monde. La terre d'Israël, Akadosh Baruch Hu, il va l'attirer, le monde entier, ça sera Israël. Et Israël, ça sera Yerushalayim. Et la seule personne qui va dominer dans le monde, ce sera Be'ezrat Hashem, avec le Mashiach, cette pierre qu'elle va grandir, ce sera le peuple d'Israël.
The most respected newspaper in Israel is the Jerusalem Post. The headline reads, Yosef, Gentiles exist only to serve Jews. Rabbi Yosef is the former Sephardic chief rabbi of Israel and the foremost rabbinical authority in Israel. Quote, the sole purpose of non-Jews is to serve Jews. Goyim were born only to serve us. They have no place in the world, only to serve the people of Israel. Abraham Kook, the religious mentor of the entire settler movement, said, quote, the difference between a Jewish soul and souls of non-Jews is greater and deeper than the difference between a human soul and the souls of cattle. The Talmud, chief books of Jewish law, say clearly in a number of places that Gentiles are not even human beings, and it goes much further. I quote, the best of Gentiles should be killed. Talmud sages explain this commandment by saying, quote, the best of Gentiles should be killed just as the best of snakes should have their heads crushed. Nice.
Workers electrically prod terrified cows into a squeeze box where they chain them by 2 legs. The bottom then drops open, causing the cows to plunge to the kill floor. Workers then hoist the struggling cows by their chained legs and swing them into place. To wrestle the cows' heads into position, workers grab them by the nose with a metal hook and pin their heads to the floor with a sharp pronged tool called a devil's fork. Using the devil's fork, they wrench the cows' heads back, exposing their throats for the ritual slaughter cut. Teams of kosher slaughterers are sent from Israel to South America. Up to 80% of the kosher meat exported to Israel comes from slaughterhouses that use shackle and hoist methods. Even after the cow's throat is cut, the worst is still to come. Hung upside down, many cows are fully conscious while bleeding out, some for over 2 minutes. But workers start cutting into them, despite the fact that they can still feel pain. This cow remained alive and conscious for several minutes during the process. One worker plunges a spike called a puntilla into the back of the head to sever the spine. But this just paralyzes them and doesn't kill them or render them unconscious. After previous PETA investigations, the chief rabbi of Israel promised to phase out shackle and hoist slaughter and declare the meat to be non-kosher. But as this new investigation has exposed, these promises have not been kept. Why continue to kill animals in such a primitive and cruel way? The answer may surprise you. It's not for religious reasons. Shackle and hoist slaughter persists because it's faster and cheaper. This calculated cruelty allows slaughterhouses to kill more than 90 cows per hour. Shackle and hoist slaughter is almost twice as fast as less agonizing methods. This is the hidden cost of cheap kosher meat. The cows are paying the price. Shockingly, representatives of the chief rabbi's office previously defended the kosher status of shackle and hoist beef, declaring that gratuitous cruelty does not disqualify the meat as kosher.
It's in the Jewish interest, it's in humanity's interest that whites experience a genocide. Until white children are burned alive, white women raped, mutilated, murdered, and all white men who have not been slaughtered watch powerlessly as their people are terrorized. Only then will mankind be on a more equal footing, ready to discuss white privilege and the apparent chip on the shoulder that minorities have. Rabbi Ishmael Levitz.
Donc pour ce faire, il faut tout simplement supprimer les frontières, détruire les nations, détruire les races, détruire les religions. Autrefois, au XIXe siècle, ce projet était incarné par le projet communiste. On sait que Karl Marx, qui était à l'initiative de ce grand projet communiste, était lui-même d'une famille juive. Aujourd'hui, on nous parle de l'homme enceint, on nous parle du transgenre, on nous dit que l'identité sexuelle n'est pas innée, mais elle s'acquiert. Donc ce n'est pas du tout le fruit du hasard, on retrouve toujours cette obsession égalitariste, ce fanatisme égalitaire qui entend anéantir, détruire toute différence, araser toute spécificité, tout particularisme, toute tradition chez les êtres humains. Mais quand tout sera détruit, qu'est-ce qu'il restera? Eh bien, il restera les Juifs, qui eux auront conservé leur spécificité, leur culture, leur tradition, et qui seront, paraît-il, à ce moment-là, selon eux, reconnus par tout le monde comme le peuple élu de Dieu. Voilà leur projet.
So there's a second thing in that black box. An unrelenting stream of immigration. Non-stop. Non-stop. Folks like me who were Caucasian of European descent, for the first time in 2017, will be in an absolute minority in the United States of America. Absolute minority. Fewer than 50% of the people in America, from then and on, will be white European stock. That's not a bad thing.
It's very clear that the Jews want to exterminate the European race. Richard Coudenhove Kalergi, who is the father of the European Union and who was funded by the Jewish bankers Rothschild and Warburg. Now, this man wrote a book called Praktischer Idealismus in 1925, in which he stated that the Jews are a master race and that the Jews can only assume the throne of rule over the world by weakening the European race, and that the means to weakening the European race would be to dissolve all the European nations, destroy all their cultural heritage and their national traditions, and replace that with the European Union, and then to invite in Africans, Middle Easterners, and Asians to dilute the blood of Europeans through miscegenation to the point where they became a degenerate mixed race. And then at that point, these people would no longer have any sense of nationhood, and the ancient Jewish messianic prophecies of world rule out of Jerusalem, with Jews maintaining their nationhood and their national status, it would fulfill the Jewish messianic prophecies that the Jews could then rule the world, and this was completely in line with what Nikolai had written in 1917 and has manifested itself recently with the invasion of immigrants from Africa, from the Middle East, and from Asia into Europe, America, and Australia. And they are deliberately setting about to genocide the white race and destroy all sense of nationhood and of national heritage and national culture in each of our nations.
I speak of the death of the white race, the complete removal of all means of reproduction of the so-called Aryan race. Men, we now control the destiny of this race. It is now time to make sure the white race becomes extinct through miscegenation and having a virtually zero birth rate. We have all enjoyed the vision repeated all over this world every day of the last white children playing with little dark children and knowing that they are being set up for their eventual destruction. We can ruin the ancient pure bloodline of an Aryan child by convincing him or her of the altruism of begetting interracial children. We must expose the race mixing of the urban centers to the suburbs and rural areas of this country. Abe Foxman, ADL President, August 25, 1998, New York. The goal of abolishing the white race is, on its face, so desirable that some may find it hard to believe that it could incur any opposition other than from committed white supremacists. Make no mistake about it. We intend to keep bashing the white dead males and the live ones and the females too, until the social construct known as the white race is destroyed. Noel Ignatieff, Harvard professor, 2002. Forbid the whites to mate with whites. The white woman must cohabit with members of the dark races, the white men with black women. Thus the white race will disappear. Our race will rule undisputed over the world. Our superior intelligence will easily enable us to retain mastery over a world of dark peoples. Rabbi Emanuel Rabinovich, Council of European Rabbis, Budapest, 1952.
It is true, unfortunately, and I think this needs to be frankly admitted by Jews all over the world, that there are, without doubt, Jews involved in those movements and those organizations, very often NGOs, etc., who promote this phenomenon of third world immigration into the Western countries.
One of them is Barbara Spector, a former American who made Aliyah and then 10 years ago, with the help of the government of Sweden, set up a non-denominational institute of Jewish learning with the Greek name of Paideia, here in Stockholm. She believes the current wave of anti-Semitism in Sweden will pass and that Jews have an important role to play in a country undergoing profound change.
I think there's a resurgence of anti-Semitism because at this point in time, Europe has not yet learned how to be multicultural. And I think we're going to be part of the throes of that transformation, which must take place. Europe is not going to be the monolithic societies that they once were in the last century. Jews are going to be at the center of that. It's a huge transformation for Europe to make. They are now going into a multicultural mode, and Jews will be resented because of our leading role. But without that leading role and without that transformation, Europe will not survive.
Barbara Spector and husband Rabbi Philip Spector moved to Sweden in 1999. She established the Paideia Institute in 2001 using taxpayer funds. She admitted her goal isn't to help migrants and refugees acclimate, adjust, and assimilate to Swedish culture. Her mission is to ensure and establish Talmudic Jewish supremacy, which is the Clergy Plan. Make no mistake, her goal is to destroy Sweden, Europe, and Christian nations by weakening the bloodline of white Europeans. Remember, Ishmael is the broom for Israel. Refugees don't occur by happenstance. There would have to be a crisis, a natural or manufactured event to displace millions. People en masse don't abandon their families, community, country, and culture for no reason. For that to happen, it takes war.
In the Zohar HaKadosh, you will find there an extraordinary information. There will be two big buildings in the land of Edom, which today we relate the word Edom to America. And those are the biggest, the tallest buildings in the world. And they will be brought down completely. And that will be the sign of the beginning of tremendous wars that will end only in the coming of the Mashiach. 1 week before, one of the great rabbis in Israel, a Hasidic rabbi, he came with some people, some of his disciples in the car, and they were coming towards the evening. He didn't want to lose the time of mincha, the prayer of the afternoon. He said, please, can you stop right here? I want to daven, I want to pray mincha here. They prayed mincha with minyan in front of everybody passing in Manhattan. Where? Right there, near the World Center. After he finished the davening, the prayer, he said, say bye-bye to those buildings because you are not going to see them no more. Say bye-bye to those buildings because you are not going to see them no more.
It's common knowledge Israeli Mossad and the CIA are behind the 9/11 terror attacks. Francesco Cossiga, President of Italy.
I would argue that if you really want to know what's happening with Middle Eastern policy, then you must read Oded Yanan's A Strategy for Israel in the 1980s. Now, in that document, which is pretty much being played out to a T right now and has been for many years, there were serious objectives for Israel. And Israel's main objectives were to expand and grow in line with the Greater Israel Project. And in order for it to do that, there would need to be an excuse to justify the expansion of Israel, and in order to do that, we would have to sow the seeds of sectarian hatred and violence in the region. The number one target of this plan was Iraq. We've achieved that. That's not a failure. That's actually a success. Iraq is a failed state largely. It is an absolute basket case. Sectarian hatred is absolutely insane. We see the beheadings and all of this madness, and we think it's a disaster. No, it's not at all. In fact, it's all part of the plan to break up Iraq into 3 different states. When we look at Syria, we also find that the goal is once again the same thing: sow the seeds of sectarian hatred and basically turn that nation into a basket case. This is happening according to plan as well. Now, ISIS, funny enough, could stand for the Israeli Secret Intelligence Service. Many people are seeing the very big benefits to the state of Israel, the so-called Jewish state of Israel, by the breakup and the balkanization of the surrounding states. So actually, if you believe what's being told to you, and I just don't know why anyone would believe anything that comes out of the mouth of virtually any Western leader, whether it be Obama or Bush or any of the rest of them, all of these people are nothing but patent liars, and everything they say is pretty much the opposite of the truth.
About 10 days after 9/11, I went through the Pentagon and I saw Secretary Rumsfeld and Deputy Secretary Wolfowitz. I went downstairs just to say hello to some of the people on the Joint Staff who used to work for me, and one of the generals called me in. He said, "Sir, you got to come in. You got to come in and talk to me a second." I said, "Well, you're too busy." He said, "No." He says, "We've made the decision. We're going to war with Iraq." This was on or about the 20th of September. I said, "We're going to war with Iraq. Why?" He said, "I don't know." He said, "I guess they don't know what else to do." So I said, "Well, did they find some information connecting Saddam to Al-Qaeda?" He said, No. He says, "There's nothing new that way. They just made the decision to go to war with Iraq." He said, "I guess it's like we don't know what to do about terrorists, but we've got a good military and we can take down governments." And he said, "I guess if the only tool you have is a hammer, every problem has to look like a nail." So I came back to see him a few weeks later, and by that time we were bombing in Afghanistan. I said, "Are we still going to war with Iraq?" And he said, "Oh, it's worse than that." He said, he reached over on his desk, he picked up a piece of paper, and he said, I just got this down from upstairs, meaning the Secretary of Defense's office today, and he said, "This is a memo that describes how we're going to take out 7 countries in 5 years, starting with Iraq and then Syria, Lebanon, Libya, Somalia, Sudan, and finishing off Iran."
Hillary Clinton, unaware the camera was still rolling, laughs at the brutal assassination of Libyan President Muammar Gaddafi, October 11th, 2011.
We came
We saw, he died. Did it have anything to do with your visit? Oh, I'm sure it did.
The wealthy Jews rule the world. The fate of the governments lies in their hands. They start wars between countries, and when they wish, the governments make peace. When the wealthy Jews sing, the nations and their leaders dance along, and meanwhile, the Jews get richer. Theodor Herzl, the father of Jewish Zionism.
Non vuol dire, qui non siamo dove vai tu? Dove vai tu? Ora ti mando io in galera, te ne vai in galera, te ne vai, vergogna, guarda che stai a fare, vergognati. Cosa fai? Cosa fai? A mangiare, te ne vai al lavoro come lavorano tutti. Invece di tenere là, questi sigaretti, i soldi ce li hai per le sigarette e non hai soldi per comprarti il pane? Vergognoso, schifoso che non sei altro, schifoso, vergogna, guarda qua, guarda che sta a fare sta povera creatura, guarda qua, vergogna, ma dove andate a vostro paese? Andatevene a mangiare, vedo che le sigarette qui ci sono però, quindi non è mangiare quello, quelli.
Since the spring of 2014, an estimated 3.6 million African and Middle Eastern migrants, 90% of which were younger men under the age of 35, illegally entered the continent of Europe by myriad land and sea routes. This unprecedented event, precipitated and managed by the hostile liberal elite, then required continuous mainstream propaganda and NGO support for the native European population to willingly accept its continued demographic demise. The details have been researched so abundantly that there is no need to discuss them further. However, what has never been explored to any significant degree is how this costly billion-dollar international scheme was paid for, and how the poorest people on earth were somehow able to walk right into the nations of Europe, which often required cold hard cash, and in sums they simply couldn't afford. Firstly, how does a 20-year-old youth from the Democratic Republic of Congo, where the average yearly wage is about $400, come up with some $2,000 or more to pay for the long trek across the African continent into Libya, then onto a makeshift boat that could ferry him to a European port of call? Well, in short, someone gave it to him. The sum of $2,000 to a young African in any of the sub-Saharan regions is the equivalent of about $100,000 for a similarly aged, unmarried young person living in America. Young people from these areas simply do not have that sort of cash. There have been numerous reports of NGO trucks and black unmarked vehicles operating in the vicinities of well-known pickup points along the early stages of these migration routes. And although these culprits, handlers, and exchangers of currency have been difficult to source, there is no question that large quantities of money are being funneled in somehow. The total operational transport cost to all migrants who illegally entered Europe over the past 5 years is estimated to be about $8 billion. This was paid mostly in cash. Such an alarming total exceeds even the GDPs of some of these countries put together, and there is absolutely no way that all of this money came from third world pockets. So, where did it come from? About a year ago, the infamous globalist hegemon, George Soros, admitted to divesting some $18 billion of net worth into a number of his NGO platforms, and in particular the Open Society Foundation, which is the umbrella entity or Politburo that operates hundreds of globalizing progressive organizations that now encircle the planet. This had been done over the previous 2-year period. The money essentially disappeared for all intents and purposes, as no one cared to audit the so-called charity, and it had become so vast that no one would have even known where to begin. This largesse would have no doubt been enough to cover monies owed at the ground level for the operational costs of the migrant flooding of Europe, although the NGOs supporting this already had the existing financial flexibility to aid in the day-to-day movement of migrants, including the use of modern transport vessels sailing in the Mediterranean, many of which, interestingly, owning Israeli shipping registrations.
When we're talking about offshore money, when we're talking about political subversion, when we're talking about collusion, I wonder whether we're looking in the wrong place. And I say that because George Soros recently gave Open Society, his organisation, which of course campaigns for free movement of peoples and supports supranational structures like the European Union, he recently gave it $18 billion. And his influence here and in Brussels is truly extraordinary. Open Society boast that they had 42 meetings last year with the European Commission. They've even published a book of reliable friends in the European Parliament, and there are 226 names on that list, including yours, sir. I thought you'd find this interesting. We even had last week Mr Verhofstadt lobbying on behalf of Mr Soros at the Conference of Presidents in a battle that is going on with Viktor Orban, the Prime Minister of Hungary. If we're going to have a debate, and we're going to talk about full political and financial transparency, well, let's do it. So I should be writing today to all 226 of you, asking some pretty fair questions. Have you ever received funds, directly or indirectly, from Open Society? How many of their events have you attended? Could you please give us a list of the meetings of all the representatives, including George Soros yourself? And I think this Parliament should now set up a special committee to look into all of this. And I say that because I fear we could be looking at the biggest level of international political collusion in history.
Once you know Jew psychology, which very few people in the world do, but a little hint, if you know Jew psychology, then you will know that it is the only satisfaction the Jew gets is not by working with reality, here we go again, or working with nature, not with working with reality and taking advantage of reality, but actually making you believe in a reality that doesn't exist. That's a great satisfaction for the Jew. If you think, if the Jew can make you think that you're sick, that's success. What it is, it's a massive gaslighting operation on a worldwide scale. Making you believe something that doesn't exist, making you believe that you're sick, making you believe there's a pandemic, making you put on masks full time, even outside, making you give up your kids, making you mask your kids, making you abuse your children, making you distance yourself from family members, people that are close to you, making you not get together in groups, not being able to share information, making you stop having any type of support from individuals or groups, making you stop reproducing, making you stop even attempting to form a family, taking everything away from you based on something that doesn't even exist, and then making you take the poisonous vaccine, which the Jew created. In essence, getting you to kill yourself.
Nixon's own dark view of how the world works, where the enemy is not just the communist, it's also the media. Listening in agreement is the Reverend Billy Graham.
This stranglehold has got to be broken or this country is going to go down the drain. You believe that? Yes, sir. I can't ever say it, but I believe it.
Let me hear it if you have the Pfizer vaccine. Let me hear it from Moderna. AstraZeneca. Let's hear it from the anti-vaxxers.
Build is one of the largest public education campaigns ever.
President Biden's chief medical advisor says people need what he calls trusted messengers.
The White House has now recruited TikTokers, YouTubers, and more.
The Ad Council will be briefing influencers, including some very big celebrities, on how to direct their followers to trusted vaccine content.
The goal, convince Americans, get the COVID vaccine.
It's vaccination day. It's vaccination day. It's vaccination day.
Today I get my COVID jab, and I'm feeling really fab. For months I have been waiting for this day.
US-19, masked up with my team to smash back the disease. And we dreamed about the day that we'd have a vaccine. Yeah, now the human-made miracle is finally here. Time to take a shot.
It's Megan Thee Stallion, Ariana Grande, and Jimmy Fallon. Y'all know what time it is. It's time to get those boosters.
Ain't no real life, you need to vax that thing. I'm feeling freaky all night, you need to vax that thing.
If you wanna get sticky and hot, go get the shot.
Grab your syringe, make sure you clean it. Stick it in me like you really
It seems so sexy to inoculate.
Vaccine, vaccine, did I get the vaccine? Vaccine, now come for vaccine.
Whether it's the gun or whether it's vaccine, stay alive, stay alive.
Oh, I just can't wait for vaccine. Everybody is time to vaccinate. Faster, no time to waste.
Give it up, give it up, give it up, give it up. Honey, don't be like,
No more cutting your own hair now.
vaccine's on its way.
Got the vaccine and
The doctor that was in charge of my case told me to get used to being handicapped, excuse me.
I never thought I would never be able to get up and go to the bathroom.
I took him to get the vaccine. That was the last time I spoke to him.
Family says the mother and grandmother was healthy before she got her shot, and that her sudden death came as a shock.
I was literally just following doctor's orders, following the government mandates, and now this is my life.
Now states and companies are going all out, providing incentives to those who have not been vaccinated.
States are ramping up those incentives, everything from cash prizes to college scholarships.
New York State raffling off 50 scholarships to 12 to 17-year-olds who get vaccinated.
You're worried about paying college tuition? Tell your 12 to 17-year-old
get a shot. Thousands of prizes available,
including cruises and Super Bowl tickets. They're giving away Ford F-150 trucks. They're giving away shotguns and hunting rifles as well.
Marijuana dispensaries are giving away
joints for jabs.
Krispy Kreme announcing this week a free donut.
And yes, free beers.
That's right. Get a shot and have a beer.
Today could be your lucky day if you've gotten at least one COVID vaccination shot.
California's vaccine lottery.
That's right. You could win $1 million.
$1 million. One grand winner to take home
Up to $5 million if you get vaccinated next week.
$5 million. You guys weren't expecting that one, were you?
They made it exciting, right? There's a reason people go to Vegas.
It really could be somewhat lucrative for them to get vaccinated if they aren't already persuaded.
Just think of this when you think of vaccination. Vaccination.
If you need luck with love, dating apps are offering incentives too.
We have finally found the one thing that makes us all more attractive, a vaccination.
I don't mean to brag, but I want you to know, double vaxxed, booster, never got COVID, clearly Jesus loves me the most.
Comedian Heather McDonald collapsed over the weekend during a show.
Management saying she suffered a skull fracture in the fall.
The CDC has confirmed higher than normal cases
With heart inflammation in 16 to 24-year-olds.
You take all of the vaccines since 2010 and you compare 2021, this thing blows through the roof.
80% of the cases have been in young boys and young men.
I am in the hospital with heart complications from the COVID-19 vaccine.
The 14-year-old's heart stopped.
15-year-old boy died after receiving his first dose. 16-year-old was rushed to the hospital. Loved ones say the 17-year-old's heart stopped.
The elite runner was rushed to the hospital after suffering a heart
A
attack.
high school football player has died
Just hours after getting his second
Dose of COVID vaccine.
after collapsing on the football field.
After collapsing in the middle of the game.
Collapsing during the game.
Collapsing on the tennis court.
Suddenly collapsing.
The player collapsed.
and died.
after collapsing.
He collapsed.
Seems that there's a second player who's collapsed.
This is unusual.
Never seen anything like this. Yeah, what's going on?
Yeah, what's happening?
That is the big question. What caused this?
There has been a sharp rise in unexplained deaths during the pandemic.
The number of deaths with unknown causes has gone up over the last 3 years.
Deaths that are not listed as COVID related.
I'm sorry, I'm feeling really dizzy.
Healthy young people are dying suddenly from a mysterious syndrome.
Sudden adult death.
Syndrome.
SADS is an umbrella term to describe unexpected deaths in young people.
There is some evidence that some sort of delayed reaction to COVID.
My son is dead because he took the vaccine. They're lying.
We just want help and to be heard and make things aware for others so this doesn't happen to anyone else.
We just want you guys to believe that this is real. We are real people experiencing these side effects.
Breaking news from the FDA, which has just approved the emergency use of the Pfizer vaccine for children ages 5 to 11.
And we've already secured enough vaccine supply for every single child in America.
A new proposal would allow children 12 and older get vaccinated with no parental consent. A mom in Louisiana plans to sue her son's high school after he was vaccinated at the school without parental consent.
Some new moms now quarantining from their newborns.
By the end of this year, Dr. Fauci believes there will be a vaccine available for kids as young as 6 months.
And that means millions of young children can get their first dose right now.
This is like a gift from God.
Getting that shot really was an amazing feeling. It hits you.
Nobody will be safe if not everybody is vaccinated. We've been patient, but our patience is wearing thin.
What is the problem? Get over it.
Come on, people, just get the shot.
It's what we've been waiting for, to embrace all the light that's in store. It's time to new memories. Once you got the vaccine,
Hug your family.
it's time to hug your family.
Feeling so relieved. No lockdowns, we're free.
Let's talk about some of the sort of the confusion that came out over the last few years. I think I've asked you about this, but I want to check in one more time. Did ivermectin do anything?
No.
Okay. Humans do take it, but not for this purpose.
Right. It does not help with COVID, and it could be dangerous.
Okay. Hydroxychloroquine, did it do anything?
No.
No. So people who hoarded that?
No.
No reason to have done that. Okay.
Right.
Just checking.
You got it.
For a friend.
You got it right.
Okay. Can you get a flu shot and a booster shot together at the same time?
Yes.
Okay.
That's pretty good.
Short answer. How often will we be getting boosted for the rest of our lives?
We don't know that.
you have to be perfectly honest. We would hope that you do not have to do that, but if we have to do that at least for the next few years until this gets so low, it's essentially a non-entity, it is conceivable that we might have to get a regular booster similar to what we do with influenza.
Okay, how can people safely gather for the holidays?
Well, there are a number of ways. First of all, get vaccinated. Encourage the people, your family and your friends who you're going to be interacting with at the holidays to get vaccinated.
How do you convince friends or family members who will not get vaccinated? Let's say I have someone I love very much, and who I do not judge them for not doing this, but I just worry them. I worry so much about them for not doing it because if they have other conditions, and if they got this, it would be terrible for them. What's the argument here?
Well, the argument is you look at the data, and the data are absolutely crystal clear.
Is the science in on whether the vaccine is safe?
Oh, without a doubt. It's been given to billions of people in billions of doses. So there's no doubt. Safety is off the table. There's no doubt it's safe. But the important point is that if you reason with people and show the statistics of the number of hospitalizations and deaths among unvaccinated people compared to people who are vaccinated and up to date on their booster, the curves go hospitalization and death for people unvaccinated, hospitalization and deaths for people who are vaccinated. To have people just look at the data, that's not going to convince everybody, but for people who at least put a little bit stock in data, they should understand that.
Another piece of data that we've been looking at is our international colleagues who are ahead of us both in the Delta surge as well as have vaccinated a few weeks ahead of us in terms of large portions of their population that have been vaccinated. And data we've seen from our international colleagues, specifically and especially Israel, have demonstrated a worsening of infections amongst vaccinated people over time. A worsening of infections amongst vaccinated people over time. A worsening of infections amongst vaccinated people over time. And so we remain concerned about that as we see in the context of Delta variant some breakthroughs that are occurring and decreased vaccine effectiveness that is occurring in the context of infection. We are watching other countries, the experience of other countries carefully, and concerned that we too will see what Israel is seeing, which is worsening infections over time.
The one positive element of this COVID crime is that it has truly exposed the normies. It has truly exposed the psychology of the normie. And we are not to stand in the way of the normie. Let them have their vaccine. Let them have their masks. Let them have their fate. The world has changed. The world has changed greatly, and whatever you perceive the world as being prior to COVID is no longer the world that you're experiencing right now. You got to understand this, okay? You don't live in that world anymore, even though you were deceived in that world also, thinking that you were free. But now, you're not even being deceived to think that you're free. Now they're declaring it that you're not free. And of course, the American in 1948, the American, the average moron, the fucking moron American, North American, not just in the USA, would be completely oblivious to any of this, any of the realities of the world. I mean, what were they doing? You know, they're buying these large cars and homes in the suburbs, and going to church, and watching sports and television. They were getting ready to massive amounts of television. And the Jew was right there going, you know what's coming. You don't know what's coming, is what the Jew said. Well, we're going to do a little cultural revolution. We're going to do a little sexual revolution. And how about a little feminism? Have you heard of feminism? You know what that is? Well, that's really simple. We'll get some lesbian Jews pretending to be women, and we're going to get them to make the women believe that they hate men. So instead of bringing men and women together, we're going to repel them from each other.
Well, one of the things they told me was that he was at the house one night, and we were talking, and he started laughing. He said, "Aaron, what do you think women's liberation was about?" And I said, I had pretty conventional thinking about it at that point. I said, I think it's about women having the right to work, getting equal pay with men, just like they won the right to vote, you know? And he started to laugh. He said, "You're an idiot." And I said, "Why am I an idiot?" He said, let me tell you what that was about. We, the Rockefellers, funded that. We funded women's lib, you know? And we're the ones who got all over the newspapers and television, the Rockefeller Foundation. He says, and you want to know why? He says, there were two primary reasons. And they were, one reason was we couldn't tax half the population before women's lib. And the second reason was, now we get the kids in school at an early age. We can indoctrinate the kids how to think. It breaks up their family. The kids start looking at the state as the family, as the school, as the officials, as their family, not as the parents teaching them. And so those are the two primary reasons for women's lib, which I thought up to that point was a noble thing. You know, when I saw their intentions behind it, where they were coming from when they created it, the thought of it, I saw the evil behind what I thought was a noble venture.
Doesn't it seem like some white men are really angry lately?
Not all white men.
I said some. According to precarious man theory, when men don't feel masculine, they tend to act out in stereotypical gendered ways, which is why you're getting pushback from the men in your life for just existing. But it's not you. It's white men. They're a little fragile right now. Here's why.
See, white men used to be able to raise a family, buy a house, and retire on one salary, their own. But thanks to growing income inequality, that's something white men can't do anymore. And that's throwing off some really comfy gender norms. You know what else white men can't do anymore? Afford to keep a full-time spouse at home, have job security, depend on federal mortgage programs to help them buy a house, and rely on subsidized, high-quality health care, subsidized retirement programs, and Social Security. These entitlement programs were part of the privilege of being a white man, and it must be enraging to watch them slowly slip away at the hands of growing income inequality. But you know who else is angry? Women and people who aren't white. See, we've been excluded from these programs for longer than we've been included in them. And we're really mad about it too. So I say welcome, white men. You've officially joined the Fucked Over Club. You can now join the ranks of most of the United States. We get that you're angry, and while it's not our fault, we can totally empathize with your loss of privileges, even though we've never had them. But don't listen to me, an angry lesbian. Let a white man tell you the exact same thing.
Once upon a time, we had 98% of all of the positions of power. And now we only have like 88%. And we think, oh my God, women are taking over.
This is Dr. Michael Kimmel. He's one of the world's leading experts on men and masculinity.
Once upon a time, the whole world was a locker room. The boardroom of the company was a locker room. The operating theater in the hospital was a locker room. The law firm was a locker room. The military was a locker room. The locker room was a locker room. Everywhere you went, it was all guys. But now, women have entered every single one of those arenas. The change in our lives has taken place so bewilderingly fast that so many men feel like What happened? And now you're getting all the advantages. Women are getting everything. The guys who are the angriest are the ones who said, I made a bargain with this society.
The fetish for manufacturing is part of the general fetish for keeping white males of low education outside the cities in the powerful positions they're in the U.S. And that is really what's going on here. Because when you look at the costs of manufacturing, and Susan Hausman and her co-authors have done a lot, not of manufacturing, of trade, and job displacement and community. Susan Hausman and her co-authors have done a lot of work on this, and I'm sure she'll have a different view than I do. But when I look at the so-called costs of the China shock or the costs of the decline in manufacturing, I always think compared to what? For decades, there was enormous displacement of African Americans in this economy. Every time there was a recession, African American unemployment rates shot up much faster and higher than white unemployment rates. Single women were methodically excluded from the workforce, and especially if they became parents, or ghettoed in particular sets of jobs throughout the economy well through the 70s into the 80s. Displacements on large scales would happen when technology or trade broke through, like all the secretaries who got replaced by personal computers and other forms of office animation. Not animation, automation, excuse me. And these kinds of churn, as the economists put it, never were decried. They never got political attention. They never got much notice. But when it started being the white male manufacturing people in the so-called heartland, which by definition was not urban, then suddenly this was a crisis.
Generation back from the war, fighting those evil Nazis. They had no clue what feminism is. Just wait till you find out. We've got your kids. We've got their mind. And then they said, well, how about a little civil rights movement? What the hell's that? Well, that's when we use the blacks and turn them against you. How about that? What? The Negroes? Yeah, the Negroes. But that's not it. That's not all. Homosexuals. Homosexuals. But we don't know any homosexuals. You're gonna know a lot of them now. They're gonna be all over. Everywhere. Homosexuals? Everywhere? Homosexuals are going to be everywhere. In your face. And you're going to bow to homosexuals. Yeah. We're going to lionize the homosexual. The homosexual is going to be the avant-garde of humanity. Yeah, going to turn them against you also.
Now, I'm not no Black Lives Matter supporter. Like,
you're not?
No, absolutely.
Why not?
Because it's not our movement. This is a movement that was given to us by, George Soros and his fucking boys. because they saw how things were going and they didn't want it to go back to the 60s to where we start having our own organic movements. That was a big fucking problem for them. So let's give the people a movement that we can control. We'll provide them the leaders and all of this type of shit. And yeah, that's what Black Lives Matter is. Look at the leaders of Black Lives Matter.
Are there leaders of Black Lives Matter?
Yeah.
Who?
Look at these lesbian women who are trying to incorporate, you know, LG, whatever the fuck the letters are, incorporate their concerns into black people's concerns. Go to the website, look it up. Google George Soros and Black Lives Matter, see what comes up.
Let's look it up.
Okay. And you know, y'all out there, George Soros is a fucking multi-billionaire down with, you know, some of the 12 richest people in the fucking
He raised
world.
$100 million.
Yep.
For the Black Lives Matter Coalition. The funding comes in addition to more than $33 million in grants from top Democratic Party donor George Soros. Okay, here we go. Okay, so yeah. So
What billionaire would have done that for the Black Panther Party?
33 million. Well, hold on.
Huh?
Hold on.
That's not what that is about. That's about, let us give you a movement that we can control, use certain symbolism from the original civil rights movement, like the black, you know, red, black, and green, all these different symbols. We're going to incorporate that, but only it's going to be a movement that we control. We decide what the messages are. We decide what the slogans are. You know, what happened to no justice, no peace, and, you know, no peace, no justice. Now it's hands up, don't shoot, fucking I can't breathe, and all these negative affirmations that, you know, who made that shit up? You know what I mean? Wasn't me. You know, and like, we're living in a time of great social engineering. Okay? Now, if y'all don't know what social engineering is, go look it up. Like, there's people out there that know how to scientifically make society do what they want it to do, how they want it to be done. They're engineering how society should be. That's social engineering. So when we sit here and talk about, you know, things like false evolution, you know, when we say, oh, hip-hop's just going that way. No, it's not. It was socially engineered to go in the way that it's going right now. You see, this Black Lives Matter is a social engineering of how a civil rights movement should move. You see what I'm saying? And this is what we have to look at. Not everything is organic.
Well, you also don't see any clear leaders in Black Lives Matter. You had D. Ray. He's been kind of the face of Black Lives Matter for a while.
Why, when he's not the leader? You see what I'm saying?
There's no real
Why is he? There is leaders. This is what I'm telling you. They're lesbians. They're black lesbians. Go to the fucking website. Who runs the shit?
Is there a website?
Yeah. Yeah.
Right. I mean, because when I looked at Black Lives BLM leader, the key people there's no leader that's listed, but the key people that are listed is Sean King, DeRay McKeeson, and Jonetta Elzie.
Those people don't run Black Lives Matter. Although they might be the face right now, they're not the ones calling the shots.
You want to talk about power? You get close to offending a Jew, you lost your job. You get close to saying something that a Jew might not like, you need to be retrained and reprogrammed. I'm a grown-ass man and or woman. You don't need to reprogram me, you dick. The fact that Jews think they got that much damn gravitas to where I need to be reprogrammed and sit down with one of they motherfucking rabbis? Fuck you and your rabbi. I gotta sit down and have this nigga I've never met program me? Bullshit. I don't know you. And then we sit down like kids listening to this motherfucking lox and bagel eating ass nigga tell us about his religion, and I'm supposed to just, oh, you're right, you're right, you're right, you're right. Y'all don't think about how stupid this sounds? Got old kids, and I'm up here just begging. Yes, sir, boss. Yes, sir, boss. I'm sorry, boss. Yes, sir, boss. Yes, sir, boss. I'm sorry, boss. Sorry, I said something, boss. Sorry, I didn't really say anything, but I got too close. Sorry, boss. Sorry, boss. When's the last time a white person had your black ass somewhere begging and asking for forgiveness? When the last time your ass had to learn something about Christopher Columbus, had to learn something about Queen Elizabeth? When the last time your black ass had to learn something about Andrew Jackson? When the last time your black ass had to be forced to sit down by some white man to listen about his ass and his damn Christianity and his damn Catholicism? When the last time a white man was able to punk your black ass like that because you said something about them, because you called them an animal, because you called them the devil, because you called them anything? You want to sit up there and have Jews tell you about how bad white people are, but they the ones that got your ass crying and begging and shit. Who's your real master, black folks? Who your real master? You won't get this from nobody else. Have y'all heard any of this shit I'm saying on any other program before I said it? That's why I love waiting to speak, so y'all can know I ain't get it from another nigga, because you heard me speak after another nigga. And you can't say, oh, he took this person's talking points. He sounds like so-and-so. No, he don't, because nobody's going to tell you this. When you swear you got people on your side, and no, you don't. Them people ain't on your motherfucking side. I'll be arrested one day soon. I'll be behind bars. They'll let one of these puss-ass niggas come and try to do something to me. I'll be somewhere performing. There'll be a bitch nigga that pop up out of somewhere talking about, I'm going to kill you for the black race. That's not who's going to do it. That'll be the face that's on it. Y'all hear me? That'll be the face that's on it. Oh, but that won't be who did it. That won't be who did it. It'll go down as black on black crime. Them niggers did this to them niggers. Don't worry about it. Nope. So you better listen while you can listen, and you better take notes while you motherfucking can. Because the sad thing about us is we don't realize everything that we have in front of us is fleeting. You think it's going to be there for the rest of your damn life. You think it's always going to be there. Those of you who have children know that your children grew up real damn fast. These things change. The things you guys were watching on television 5 years ago, you're no longer watching them. The people you thought were popular 5 years ago, somebody else has popped up and is now popular 5 years later. That's how shit works. So you better start taking notes. Because one day, that source is going to be gone. You got Jews telling you how bad whites are. But whites don't have as much power as Jews. Jews are so crafty, they started a museum about Hollywood and kept their own names out of the museum about Hollywood because they knew it would give credence to everybody saying they own Hollywood. They have a black section of this museum, a woman section of this museum, but they will not big up the people who started Hollywood and currently run it. Are you telling me they're ashamed of it? Have you noticed they get mad when you make jokes about Jews being good with money? Why are they upset about being good with money? That makes no fucking sense. Until you look at the context of it, that a lot of countries, they were kicked out because of how they handled money. What is the greatest trick that the devil played on man? That he didn't exist. He's not real. And the Jewish supremacy, they make sure they hide it in plain sight.
I think what annoys me most most about white people is when they pretend like they're the victim. What's also annoying is when they, when they kill us.
What is fragile about whiteness when everything has been constructed around it?
Every part of who I am has been distorted or criminalized.
It's really just a bunch of white lies.
You're storming the Capitol! You're not patriots. You're ridiculous.
One of the definitions of American whiteness is ignorance.
White people, we are not your problem. You are.
The truth has to be told about history.
We have to make sure that these stories are told from our perspective.
There's always hope. You know what I'm saying? We don't give up.
It's about obliterating systemic and institutionalized racism.
This is a wild place, y'all. It's a wild place. I know Harriet and Frederick be up there just like, what is they gonna do?
Should white people today feel any responsibility for slavery? Hell yeah.
In May, the Washington Times sent journalist David Mills to interview Professor Griff. A number of topics were discussed, but when the article was published, all the attention focused on one sentence. Griff reportedly told Mills, "Jews are responsible for the majority of wickedness that goes on across the globe." With the media scrutinizing their every move, it was a PR disaster. The resulting fallout threatened to end Public Enemy's career. It wasn't the first time Griff had brought up contentious issues in the press. The band often discussed ideas about how to regain a consciousness for African Americans, and this often spilled over into the black community's relationship with other ethnic groups.
I just finished reading The Secret Relationship Between Blacks and Jews, which was given to me by somebody in Public Enemy. This conversation was going on all the time about the control and who owns these companies and why all this group of people always doing this and controlling that and having this kind of influence. And that talk went on all the time, every day.
Whether Griff's words were reported correctly or not, the resulting media storm required swift action from the band's leader, Chuck D.
I remember being around at that time, and how tough that decision was for Chuck. It was difficult. I mean, think about it. They were the biggest rap group and one of the biggest pop groups in the world at that time, and you're told you got to get rid of one of your best friends out of the band because of his anti-Semitism. That's a lot of weight.
Def Jam's publicist Bill Adler refused to work with the group, and criticism from the world's media continued to build. Public Enemy's mission to change the consciousness of a generation was about to be wrecked by one interview. Chuck had to act to save his group. He released a statement, apologized, and sacked Griff.
I used to travel with suitcases full of books. Hell, I was a minister of information. So I came with 20, 30 books, and we was just kind of going over some of the information in the books. I think I had Henry Ford's book, The International Jew, The Octopus. So if you're talking about world wars, then who was responsible? If you're talking about the Civil War and you're talking about black people being brought over from Africa to America in the hulls of ships, who owned the insurance companies, who owned the ships, and that's the kind of discussion we were having.
Okay.
Because the information that I gave in the interview wasn't from Griff. It was from Jewish scholars. I didn't write it. So it's like, wow, okay.
And who were the owners of these slave ships? Who were the biggest slavers in the 16th century? The Ashkenazi were the biggest slavers in the 16th and 17th century, going into the 18th century. You see, Ashkenazi slaving was huge. This is from, I have to be careful when I say this, so my sources, it's always best to go with Jewish sources, right? Because you just trod on a bunch of toes. So we'll go with the Jewish sources. There's a ton of sources out there, but I'll stick with the Jewish ones because that's just safer. The Jewish scholar Jonathan Shorshak says this: Jewish merchants routinely possessed enormous numbers of slaves temporarily before selling them off. If a slave auction fell on a Jewish festival, it was postponed due to lack of buyers and sellers. The Jews of Suriname gave their slave plantations Hebrew names such as Machanayim, Nachamu, and Goshen. Rabbi Herbert Bloom adds that the slave trade was one of the most important Jewish activities. Jewish slaving is in fact confirmed by the Jewish Encyclopedia.
And this will be like showing a vampire the cross or throwing holy water on a vampire. See, because the worst thing that a deceiver wants is for the people deceived to find the truth. Black folk picking cotton. Listen good now. Cotton was then what oil is now. The largest producer of oil in the world are the rich ones, and the strategic interests of America means in order for them to rule, they have to link with where the oil is coming from and take it or maneuver to get it, but they must have oil. In the time of slavery, it was cotton. And it's interesting that the cotton would come down the Mississippi, New Orleans to the Gulf, from Biloxi, Mississippi, and from Mobile, Alabama, and the cotton would come down and go up to New York, where the brethren of the Jewish people in the South, in the North, were the masters of the needle trades. And they had their brothers also in the South taking the lint from the cotton and producing cloth through weaving. But these were Jewish people owning the land. They were the majority. They were the merchants. They were the traders. They knew how to hook up with their brethren in the North. And they would send raw cotton to the mills in England, in Manchester, Leeds, and Bristol, and the British would turn it into cloth and then sell it all over the world. The Rothschilds became rich from cotton. The Lehman Brothers became rich from cotton in Alabama, then moved to New York and Wall Street. I know the truth. And somebody gotta tell it or die trying.
Can run on for a long time, run on for a long time, run on for a long time. Sooner or later, gotta cut you down. You can run on for a long time, run on for a long time. Run on for a long time. Sooner or later, gotta cut you down.
a few people who understand the Jew, and then the rest of them are in this trance of induced mental illness. They're living in a false reality. So we're living in two realities. We're living in a actual reality, and we're living under a false reality. So if you step outside your door, you're going to be entering a false reality where you yourself are living the actual reality, but everybody else is not. This latent mental illness within them that has been activated by the Jew, and when I talk about the Jew, I'm talking about mainstream media, I'm talking about social media, I'm talking about the economic pressures, I'm talking about the politics of any geographical area, nation. I'm talking about the politics of any institution that you may have anything to do with and that you step into, such as academia, law enforcement, the legal system, government, civil service. They all function under the same deviant Jew politics.
White supremacy is a poison. It's a poison running through, it really is, running through our body politic. And it's been allowed to fester and grow right in front of our eyes. No more. I mean, no more. We need to say as clearly and forcefully as we can that the ideology of white supremacy has no place in America. None. White supremacy is a poison. It's a poison running through, it really is, running through our body politic. And it's been allowed to fester and grow right in front of our eyes. No more. I mean, no more. We need to say as clearly and forcefully as we can that the ideology of white supremacy has no place in America. It's a poison running through, it really is, running through our body politic. And it's been allowed to fester and grow right in front of our eyes. No more. I mean, no more. We need to say as clearly and forcefully as we can that the ideology of white supremacy has no place in America. None.
Get up, bro. Hurry up. When they stop your ass again. No, y'all got it.
I think there's a resurgence of anti-Semitism because at this point in time, Europe has not yet learned how to be multicultural. And I think we're going to be part of the throes of that transformation, which must take place. Europe is not going to be the monolithic societies that they once were in the last century. Jews are going to be at the center of that. It's a huge transformation for Europe to make. They are now going into a multicultural mode, and Jews will be resented because of our leading role. But without that leading role and without that transformation, Europe will not survive.
Now, this Zionist boasts that Jews are leading the efforts for mass immigration and multiculturalism in Europe. Well, the Zionists have already ethnically cleansed the Palestinians. Why not do the same thing to Europeans and Americans? Barbara Specter says Europeans resent the Jewish role in leading the ethnic cleansing of the European people. And you know, she's right. We resent the hell out of it. My question to her is, what the hell are you doing in Sweden anyway? If you love Israel so much, go to Israel and take your multicultural propaganda with you. Your Zionist racist state of Israel proclaims itself an exclusively Jewish state. It is the world's most restrictive immigration laws. A Jew in Sweden, or for that matter in Australia, who's never stepped one foot in Israel, can get boxfuls of money to move to Israel, while Palestinians can't even return to the homes they were born in. Why doesn't this Jewish racist protest the segregation of non-Jews that goes on in Israel in housing, whole towns, settlements, schools, and businesses? And even in the occupied territories, that they stole from the Palestinians? Why won't the media expose Israel as it condemned South African segregation? Why does this Jewish hypocrite try to destroy the harmony and beautiful heritage Sweden has enjoyed for thousands of years? What really motivates her and the rest of these Jewish supremacists?
Here you go. You got people coming in now. Take a look at this. A lot of young adult men being let through now. So every person who was just let through is appears to be a single adult male.
So we are just on the Texas side of the Rio Grande River at about the point where thousands and thousands of Haitians are crossing over into the city of Del Rio. And there are over 10,000 now that are just being allowed to pour over the border. They seem to mostly be Haitians. There's also some Cubans among them, but really a vast majority of them seem to be Haitian, the ones that I've talked to. That right there is the international bridge, providing some shelter and cover for these immigrants who are being allowed to just cross over. And
where there is a denial of reality, the lack of acceptance of the normie, is when you suggest that a complete race of individuals, specifically one race, one entire race, working as a monolith and ideologically driven to commit all these acts and to control the world. Doesn't that sound fucking preposterous? And we all wish that it was. See, they don't know the Jew. They don't know what tikkun olam means, is all about. They don't know that the Jew is spiritually driven to commit what most non-Jews would consider evil, incessantly, without stopping throughout the centuries, to do what a Jew is supposed to do. The normie is ignorant. The normie is uneducated. The normie is indoctrinated. See, that's too much. That's incomprehensible. That's totally crossing the line. Totally. That's impossible for the normie to believe or to even contemplate. Listen carefully. When you suggest that it's not selected few individuals, evil individuals that are doing it, if you tell them it's not specific individuals, you tell them it's an entire race. Did you hear what I said, brother-in-law? It's one specific race and no one else. Not individuals, a whole race. If you say that this character is evil and responsible, and that character is evil and responsible, and you know that billionaire, ugly, Hermit the Frog sounding guy in a sweater, yes, he's the main guy, you're going to get agreement. But then when you put it together for them and say, do you know what they all have in common? And then you say to them, do you know why? It's an ideology. It's written, as my previous lecture suggested, it's written. It's written for them to do exactly what they're doing to you and to us. It's written. It's not one individual. It's not the old creepy guy who pretends to be an immunology expert, or the other creepy guy that pretends to be a software engineer that he never was. He's a total fraud, like Freud and Einstein. It's not just them. It's the race. And they gotta do what they gotta do.
It's the end of days. You're going to need the iron of Esav, which represents Edom, which is the west, Europe and the Americas, to get intermixed with Ishmael, which is basically Arabs and Muslims. How in the world was this ever going to happen if not for this refugee crisis? At the end of days, you're going to have this intermixing between Esav, Edom, which is the west, and the east, which is the Muslims and the Arabs, making this through this influx into the world. And they're going to have children, I don't want to say by the dozens, but they're going to have a far larger birth rate than the indigenous people there, and they're going to sort of conquer by number. And there are many different sources for this. One of them in Yehezkel, chapter 14, and many other sources as far as this is concerned, where it's mentioned very, very vividly what will happen to the Jews and what will happen to Yerushalayim and what will happen to the world at that time, where there will be many, many people killed and so on and so forth. So the idea of having these refugees come into Europe, it's no longer a matter of whether it's right or wrong. It's just simply a fulfillment of what it was meant to be all along. This is the fulfillment of the Hazal and the prophecies. This has to happen, and this is just another sign that we are nearing, the completion of this tikkun of the entire world.
In America today, we have white supremacy. In the Torah, we had Amalek. Amalek is seen as the eternal enemy of our people, whose members found strength by making us suffer. Therefore, when the Lord your God grants you safety from all your enemies around you, and the land that the Lord your God is giving to you as a hereditary portion, you shall blot out the memory of Amalek from under heaven. Do not forget. Our rabbinic sages parse these sentences and derive two distinct meanings. Blotting out the memory of Amalek is a military command, literally to destroy Amalek. Now, facing today's Amalek, we are reminded that the Torah calls us not just to escape, but to extirpate Amalek. We are commanded to do real and literal battle against it. That means coming off the bench in the fight against white supremacy. It means putting our reputations and our money and our physical bodies on the line. But also so that we are ready to answer people with radically destructive and incoherent versions of history, so that we can counter white supremacists, so that we can counter Amalek and blot them out by retaining on our lips and in our records their history.
So we have an entire program called Immigration Nation, and we're trying to make sure that the Jewish community steps up to the plate and the broader interfaith community.
Middle East correspondent Ariel Osirandid, detail just what role did Israel have in this?
So there's still emerging details from this, but what we know, as you mentioned, 41 Afghans evacuated through Tajikistan, which borders with Afghanistan, to the UAE, and from there they will continue to Canada. Now, I-24 News has learned that the sides negotiated with the Taliban to enable this evacuation. We're talking about sides involved, the U.S., the U.K., and an Israeli humanitarian organization.
Tell us a little bit about the efforts of your organization and how you do it. I'm sure it's a very complicated mission these days.
It is. It's extremely chaotic. Shai Fund is working cooperatively with a consortium of other NGOs to organize the evacuation effort out of Kabul, Afghanistan. We specifically are working with grassroots foundations on the ground.
And how do you do it from here in Israel? I know the NGO is actually registered in the U.S., correct?
That's correct.
But still, some of the work, I guess, or some of the efforts are done from here. How do you guys do it, and what is your specific part? What is your expertise, and who do you partner with? Who actually operates these flights?
We're partnering with a number of NGOs who are organizing the flights. We're also partnering with a lot of NGOs and organizations on the ground in Kabul, and they are communicating with us the list of people and people that they know who've worked with them.
Task is to bring this minority together in such a way that it makes it impossible for the legacy of whiteness to continue to reproduce itself.
We are told, we are commanded by Hashem to make real and apparent in this world all aspects of the Torah, all the entire plan that Hashem lays out for us in the Torah, that is laid out for us in the Nevi'im. It is our duty and our responsibility and our destiny to make this happen in the real world.
The fact is the Jewish race has pushed diversity for every people and nation on earth but their own. Here's a method of their madness. No group on earth fights harder for its interests than do Jews. By dividing a society, they can weaken it and achieve their agenda. Former Israeli Prime Minister Moshe Sharett, in his diaries, told how Israel purposely promoted civil war, conflict, hatred between Christians and Muslims in Lebanon to lessen their ability to defend themselves from Israel. Israel's war criminal Ariel Sharon purposely arranged the mass murder of over 1,000 Muslims in Beirut to increase the hate between Muslims and Christians there. And you know they're doing the same thing today all over the world. Europeans are rightfully concerned about massive immigration into our homelands, just as any good Muslim in the Muslim world would oppose massive immigration of European Christians in their own nations to the point they would be supplanted in their own land. But let me tell you, it is not the Muslims who've changed the immigration policies of Europe and America. Muslims don't run the media that tells Swedes and Germans and Britons and Americans that they must let themselves be ethnically cleansed in our own homelands. Arabs don't run the kosher Hollywood media that teaches Europeans to hate themselves so much that some even celebrate our own extinction.
Godfather of the European Union, Richard Coudenhove-Kalergi, published the plan for a united Europe and the ethnocide of the peoples of Europe. The encouragement of mass non-white immigration was central to the plot. Since then, an unholy alliance of leftists, capitalists and Zionist supremacists has schemed to promote immigration and miscegenation with the deliberate aim of breeding us out of existence in our own homelands. As indigenous resistance to this human genetic modification industry grows, the criminal elite seeks new ways to camouflage their project. First, their immigrant pawns were temporary guest workers. Then it was a multiracial experiment. Then they were refugees. Then the answer to a shrinking population. Different excuses, different lies. And asylum is just another one. But the real aim stays the same. The biggest genocide in human history. The final solution of the Christian European problem. This crime demands a new set of Nuremberg trials, and you people will be in the dock.
Is Israel a racist country? As Black Lives Matter resonates around the world, where is the outrage for black lives in Israel? Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu plans to deport 40,000 African refugees, mainly from Eritrea and Sudan, to another country in Africa or back home. He calls them illegal infiltrators, criminals, economic opportunists, and says they're worse than terrorists.
מתקפות חמורות של גורמי הטרור בסיני, והדבר הנורא ביותר, הצפה של מסתננים בלתי חוקיים מאפריקה.
Even some rabbis have joined in the racist rhetoric, comparing African people to monkeys.
כושי מברכים, אלא צריך שיהיה כושי שאבא שלו ואמא שלו לבנים, איפה אתה תדע? אם אתה יודע, מופע שאתה יודע,
These are asylum seekers we're talking about, like those from Eritrea, which is also referred to as Africa's North Korea, the same country Netanyahu wants to send these refugees back to. It's one of the highest refugee-producing countries in the world, even with a population of only around 5 million. A report by the UN has found that people in Eritrea face an authoritarian government, rape, torture, forced labour and enslavement. Aren't these good enough reasons to flee a country? And we can't ignore the situation in Sudan. It's even featured on lists like this. As if the life of these asylum seekers isn't hard enough. Now they're being persecuted for trying to seek refuge in Israel, the same country that's supposed to be a democratic nation. Israel was one of the first of 145 nations to sign the UN Convention on Refugees, which obligates Israel to help those in life-threatening situations. Instead, many have been locked up in prisons, placed in ghettos in impoverished parts of Tel Aviv, and denied work.
The whole of Israel will ultimately be fenced off for its own protection, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has vowed. Inspecting the construction of a new barrier along the country's border with Jordan, he used strong language to evoke the threat. We'll surround Israel in its entirety? The answer is yes. In the environment we live in, we need to protect ourselves from predatory animals.
So, one of the things during the years is that Israel decided if we can't send them back to their country of origin, we're going to try and send them somewhere else. So part of this anti-infiltration law that was established in 2012 was the opening of something called the Hulot Detention Center. And Mr. Eliot, who was the Interior Minister at 2012, stated very clearly what the intention was. He said, if we can't deport them, we will make their lives miserable until they choose to voluntarily leave.
אם ייתנו לי את כל הכלים, ואני פועל להשיג את כל הכלים, וזה לא קל. אם ייתנו לי את כל הכלים בלי יוצא מן הכלל, תוך פחות משנה לא יישאר בארץ ישראל אפילו מסתנן אחד.
And so what would happen was, people would be summoned to the Hulot Detention Center and they would be given a nice brochure, in the other hand, which said, voluntary leave.
The detention facilities under construction are set to house between 8 to 10,000 illegal migrants.
אחת הסיבות לירידה המשמעותית והדרמטית במסתננים, הגדר מחד, ומאידך העובדה שהם נכנסים לתקופה ממושכת של 3 שנים בתוך בית סוהר. והם מודים למשפחות שלהם ולכן הירידה היא מאוד מאוד משמעותית.
Ishai vowed that he'd work to expel all migrants who are not legitimate refugees, which he said includes all but a small number of over 60,000 migrants currently in Israel. He added that more detention facilities must be built in order to make the message clear that it is not possible to enter the country illegally.
You can, if you would like, go back to your country or go to another country that we have organized for you. We will pay for the flight ticket, and we will also give you a $3,500 departure gift, and you can go and start your life there. The third country was never mentioned what it was. It was another African country that Israel had organized for them. As soon as Israel started sending people to third countries, we at the hotline, the organization where I work for, began monitoring what is really going on in these third countries. The state never said what the name is, even to people who were leaving. They never had any documentation until they arrived in the airport that said where they were going. And we knew that they were going to Uganda and Rwanda. They passed it was just a policy amendment saying that they are going to issue deportation orders to the third countries, and anyone who doesn't comply, they're going to put them in a proper detention, closed detention, not like this open Hulat detention center that they had created, in a proper closed detention center until they agree to leave. So they had been smuggled from Rwanda to Uganda, then to South Sudan, Sudan, Libya, across the Mediterranean and to Europe. Every single one of them had either been given refugee status in Europe or were waiting to hear from their refugee claim in Europe. Where in Israel they had been called infiltrators over and over, in Europe they were found to be refugees. The report based on these 19 testimonies said, the conclusion was that throughout the journey the refugees were subjected to human trafficking, incarceration, the threat of forcible deportation to Eritrea, harsh conditions of starvation, violence, slavery and torture camps in Libya, and a dangerous crossing of the Mediterranean Sea from Libya to Europe. Many witnessed the death of fellow travelers. Among the dead were others who had left Israel voluntarily. It says in the report that 18 of the 19 interviews were conducted in Hebrew. There is today in Europe a Hebrew-speaking Eritrean diaspora of people who lived for anywhere between 5 to 10 years in Israel, who learnt the language, who worked, who paid taxes, who lived amongst us, and then were sent away.
Waiting to help them on the beaches of Greece are the last people the Syrians might expect. Volunteers from Israel.
My name is Tali Shaltiel. I'm here with Israel, an Israeli-based NGO.
My name is Majida Kardosh. I'm here as a medical team. I work as a nurse.
My name is Iris Adler. I live in Tel Aviv. I just finished med school in Tel Aviv University.
We brought a team from Israel, which is Arab-speaking, and PECT was amazing.
Hearing your language is very important to them, and then getting the instructions where to go, what to do next.
It is the new island. It's the new island of new, different diversities, multicultural people, Filipinos, Spanish, Africans, mixed people. I met a girl the other day, and I was like, "Where are you from?" She goes, "My man's from China, and my dad is from Africa." I'm like, "Whoa, Ireland is unique now. We're mixed." Because I can imagine in 10 years' time, there's going to be Barack Obamas walking around, Beyonce's, and different sorts, mixture of people. So the whites are going extinct here now. So we're taking over.
Alan Greenspan and Ben Shalom Bernanke, they're not Eskimos or Irishmen. Ben Shalom Bernanke doesn't mean shalom or good news for you. They're the new elite. They're America and Europe's new ruling class. And how did they take over? In America and Europe, they had to replace the ruling class of our nations with their own. And how did they do this? They did it by teamwork, while they made sure our team was divided with their control of media. They've even made much of our own team hate itself. Jews in media and academia endlessly whine about Gentile evil and racism. Pharaoh, Haman, Hitler, Ahmadinejad, and the never-ending recital of the holy Holocaust. We don't hear a peep about the biggest mass murder in history, the Jewish-led Bolshevik murders in the gulags of Soviet Russia. No violins, no remembrances, no trials for the murderers, no hunts for the criminals. The media hasn't even told you that the Gulag murder machine was dominated by Jews. But read Nobel Prize winner Alexander Solzhenitsyn. He'll enlighten you. They have taught us to hate our own heritage. The Jewish media even tells us that we don't even exist as a people, that race is a myth, and that your heritage is totally unimportant. Of course, they do the same thing to the Palestinian people, Golda Meir. And Jewish leaders to this day say repeatedly that there's no such thing as Palestinians. They tell us Europeans that simply wanting to preserve our non-existing people and our own nations is the height of racism. Read the famous Jewish anthropologist, Jared Diamond. For years, Jared Diamond has told people that race is a social construct and really doesn't exist. Well, think about it. If you believe that your own people don't exist, you really don't have much reason to defend it, do you? But in a Smithsonian article, Diamond praises DNA studies, and he says that they're wonderful because they help Israel prove who is a real Jew. You see, according to Diamond, there are no European people, no Asian people, no Indian people, no African people with a unique genetic and cultural heritage, and for that matter, no Palestinian people. But thank God, he says, DNA proves the Jewish race does exist and that they must have a racist state devoted to them and them alone.
The directives, edicts, the demands, the laws, the entire satanic plan, whatever it may be from day to day, all come from the top. It's a few Jews that went to summer camp. And what did the rabbis teach them at a young age? The young Khazars at summer camp? What did they learn? And what did the rabbis tell them? The rabbis told them, you are superior to everyone, and everyone is just an animal in human form.
And here's a direct quote from one of them. His name is Stephen Steinlight, and he's no ordinary Jew in the street. He was the head of national affairs for the largest and most powerful Jewish organization in America, the American Jewish Committee. Now listen close to this admission of Jewish racism made to his fellow Jews in a Jewish magazine. Quote, I'll confess that at least like thousands of other typical Jewish kids of my generation, I was reared as a Jewish nationalist, even a quasi-separatist. Every summer, for 2 months for 10 formative years during my childhood and adolescence, I attended Jewish summer camp. There, each morning I saluted a foreign flag, dressed in a uniform reflecting its colors, sang a foreign national anthem, learned a foreign language, learned foreign folk songs and dances, and was taught that Israel was the true homeland. I was taught the superiority of my people to the Gentiles who had oppressed us. We were taught to view non-Jews as untrustworthy outsiders, people from whom sudden gusts of hatred might be anticipated, people less sensitive, intelligent, and moral than ourselves. We were also taught that the lesson of our dark history is that we could rely on no one, unquote. You don't have to believe a single word I say here. Don't listen to me, but listen to this major Jewish leader who is still an activist for Jews and for Israel, Dr. Stephen Steinlight. If he says that typical Jewish kids are taught they're superior to Gentiles, I believe him. Should I be condemned for quoting him? When he says that typical Jewish kids are taught that Israel is the true homeland, I believe him. The ADL says the idea that Jews have a dual loyalty is anti-Semitism and nothing but a lie. But Steinlight makes clear that many Jews are raised not with a dual loyalty, but undivided loyalty to the Jewish people and Israel. Of course, you're not allowed to know any of this because you might then realize that you have a competitor in your midst who has a different agenda than you have. You might learn that Jews are indoctrinated from birth to act instinctively as a team, to take over any company, any organization, any political party, any country in pursuit of Jewish interests. Every Jew has seen the evils of the Holocaust 1,000 times in the media. Every Jew learns how they must stick together against the Gentiles who are portrayed as evil, who might fire up the ovens at any time. A few Jews have been able to overcome this brainwashing by the Jewish religion and by the Jewish extremist media. And I salute those Jews. It must be pretty tough for them. At the same time, every Gentile has learned how evil we Gentiles are. The Jewish mass media even promotes books that say we Gentile Americans are guilty and responsible for the Holocaust, even though we fought a horrific world war, in no small part to save the Jewish chestnuts from the fire. While Jews are taught that Gentiles are the enemy, Gentiles are taught they must judge people only as individuals. Could you imagine a football field where one team is united, taught unity and pride, while the other team is told that to fight for the good of their own team is evil, and that they're taught that their own team is guilty of terrible crimes and deserves to lose? That's why the Jews run the Western world. Through their media domination and their teamwork, they have taken over the football field of politics and finance and culture. Steinlein goes on to say something else that's very important. He talks about the immigration policies in America that Jews have led all over the world as well as in my country. And he says, quote, "For perhaps another generation, an optimistic forecast, the Jewish community is thus in a position where it will be able to divide and conquer and enter into selective coalitions that support our agenda. Divide and conquer, just like Lebanon." Do you understand now why the mass media preaches diversity for non-Jewish nations, but at the same time, Israel's right to be a Jewish state? Diversity is a great thing when it comes to the world. Thank God that we have different nations, cultures, languages, religions, art, music, and even different races that have unique forms of beauty and expression. But diversity and multiculturalism inside nations most often leads to division and conflict. Diversity is a Jewish supremacist weapon to divide and conquer other nations. I'm speaking here not only for my fellow Europeans, whom I do dearly love, but I'm also speaking for the Asians, the Indians, and the Africans of the world. Every people on earth should have the right to live, to preserve its heritage and character, and be free and independent. Don't let Jewish globalism destroy the life and freedom of your people. If you don't stand up for yourself, then do it for your children, for they deserve to be free.
We hate you as much as we can, motherfucker! Go back to Africa! Go back to Africa!
Why decide to write a book titled Contagion Myth?
Through understanding the history of contagion, we understand really how we got to the present day. But then I had an experience that I would say changed my life.
What are your thoughts with COVID and coronavirus? Are you someone that trusts taking a vaccine, or there's no way in the world you're going to touch a vaccine?
All of the tests are meaningless. All of the numbers are meaningless. There is no possible way that COVID-19 is caused by this coronavirus.
How do I get sick? I can't give my germ to somebody else. Is that kind of what you're saying?
No, that is not what I'm saying. What it proves is you can't give sickness to somebody else.
A little bit complicated, but I'm trying to up my intelligence, so keep going.
If you look at a cookbook from 1920, butter, lard, and eggs. Nobody had heart attacks. So we're thinking one person is sick, another person gets sick, there must be something spread. And that observation is what's called epidemiological observation. Now, I just want to point out something here, that this contagion theory was applied to the following disease. There was a bunch of sailors who got sick, and one sailor after another got sick, and their teeth fell out, and then they went into heart failure and died. And this happened into thousands and thousands of people, and it was usually one ship after another. And for 100 years, they said this must be contagious. And then somebody ate a lime and the whole thing went away because it turns out it was scurvy. And the reason I point that out is epidemiological observations, like this person got sick and then somebody else got sick, is well accepted in medicine. That is not how we prove causation. And you hear this now all the time. Well, a lot of people in one place got sick, so it must be a virus. Well, they blew a bomb off in Hiroshima. A lot of people got sick, and nobody thinks that was a virus. Or they'll say, if it spreads from one place to another, that proves it's a virus. So I'm sure you remember Chernobyl. There was a nuclear accident. A lot of people died. It started spreading into Eastern Europe and then Western Europe. A lot of people got sick. And as far as I can tell, that's no evidence that that was a virus. In other words, the idea that a lot of people in Iran or Turkey or Spain or the nursing home or the cruise ship or the whatever got sick, my Aunt Bessie went to a party, those are epidemiological observations, the purpose of which is to generate theories which can be tested for causation, period. And I would agree 100% that we had enough evidence with contagion that we should investigate for an infectious cause or an unseen agent. Now, that's what Louis Pasteur famously did. He said, there's all these people, and in fact, what he used was the case of sheep, and said, there's all these sheep getting sick, one sheep after another. Sometimes the people who were handling the sheep got sick, so there must be something that's passed. They then had invented the microscope. So the first eureka moment in history then is they could see this bacteria under the microscope. And they saw the bacteria in the sheep, and they saw it in the next sheep who got sick. End of story. That's what caused the sheep to get sick, called anthrax. But here's what happened then. Pasteur isolated the anthrax bacteria from the sheep, right? So he took them out, and he gave them to other sheep, and none of them got sick. None of the people got sick. Now, here's the way I think people should understand this. Imagine you have a cow, and you don't feed the cow proper food, which is grass, right? You feed it cardboard and dead cow parts and, and you soak it in glyphosate and tick poisons, etc. All that stuff comes out in the milk. Now, then somebody drinks the milk and gets sick. That's contagion, right? And then you look in the milk and you see a bacteria called listeria. And you say, okay, that may be the causative agent. And then you look in the stool of the person and they also have listeria. End of story. And so the listeria, you drank listeria, it made you sick. Now, unfortunately though, or maybe fortunately, there's another explanation for that, which is the cow was sick, the milk, the poisons went into the milk. The role of bacteria in nature is to biodegrade poisons, right? If you have a compost pile and you put dead squirrels in it, you'll get bacteria to eat the squirrels. If you have a pond and you put poisons in it, you get algae growth that eat the poisons. If you have a forest and you cut the trees down, the algae and the fungus and the bacteria eat the dead trees. That's called biology. That's called bioremediation. So how do you know that the listeria isn't there to digest the poisons in the milk? So we have two very clear explanations for what may have happened, right? It's either the bacteria or it's the poison, and the bacteria are not causing anything. They're just helping you out by eating the poisons, as they do in nature. Now, what I tell people is this is what Pasteur and his colleagues did for 40 years, because there is a very simple way to sort this out. All you have to do is isolate the listeria from the milk, right? You can't give them all the milk because then you don't know if the poison's in it. Isolate the listeria, give that to a bunch of animals, see what happens. That's what they did for 40 years. And as far as I can tell from the medical literature, no animal or person gets sick.
The Jew can grow money on trees, so that's not an issue. The Jew has all the money in the world, controls all the money in the world. Everything the way it works, the stock markets and commodities and currencies and banking of every type, all the insurance companies internationally, the Jew owns and controls all of that. The Jew designed it all. You are living and functioning under a Jew system, the central banks, and that's how the Jew controls every single nation, every country. Immiserate their entire populations because of this new scheme that's going on, COVID, with Israel setting the example. What do you know? And of course it's safe and effective because guess what? Israel designed and is manufacturing the vaccine to save humanity because they all work for the Jew. All of them. In lockstep.
It's called lockstep, lockstep. And this is a phrase that I used right after 2001 when I saw the entire system of the United States, including the population, were in lockstep. So the Congress went along, and yes, it was Osama bin Laden, and the people waved their flag and said, I hate, 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 and everything was in lockstep. Well, in 2010, they published this, Rockefeller Foundation, and here's what they're saying. They call it a scenario. These are scenario narratives, and they speak about it in the past tense. So they put out this scenario, lockstep. A world of tighter, top-down government control and more authoritarian leadership with limited innovation and growing citizen pushback. Okay, I'll read a little bit of it. In 2012, the pandemic that the world had been anticipating for years, nobody was anticipating a pandemic, finally hit. Unlike 2009's H1N1, This new influenza strain originating from wild geese, they use some scenario, but this is Ebola they're talking about. Even the most pandemic-prepared nations were quickly overwhelmed when the virus streaked around the world, infecting nearly 20% of the global population and killing 8 million in just 7 months, the majority of them healthy young adults. The pandemic also had a deadly effect on economies. You can see the agenda. Just naked, raw, naked control agenda written down, and it's anybody's guess how this becomes effectuated in real life. So whether this is written specifically as marching orders or whether people take it upon themselves in the intelligence networks to say, okay, well, this has been produced, so this is the plan here. But these narratives have to be written in advance because the intelligence agencies don't know how to do these narratives. They need help. So these think tanks, they come up with these like Rand Corporation, Rockefeller Foundation. These are think tanks of death. The think tanks, they're not there to find great ways to help people. Right? Okay, the pandemic also had a deadly effect on economics. International mobility of both people and goods screeched to a halt. Which is what they want. They want a completely isolated world, right? Debilitating industries like tourism and breaking global supply chains. Well, of course they want tourism stopped because they're not in the tourism business. And they want you at home in your house in front of the TV. Then they got you. Because once you watch the TV, they own your soul. Even locally, normally bustling shops and offices sat empty for months. Okay, so I love how they talk about it in the past tense in 2010. The pandemic blanketed the planet, though disproportionate numbers in Africa died. Southeast Asia and Central America, where the virus spread like wildfire.
It sounds like the opening monologue of a disaster movie, right?
Exactly. Now listen, here's the good stuff now. But even in developed countries, containment was a challenge. Now here's this one. I love this one. The United States' initial policy of strongly discouraging, in quotation marks, strongly discouraging citizens from flying proved deadly in its leniencies. So they should have been tougher, right? Accelerating the spread of the virus, not just within the United States, but across borders. However, a few countries did fare better. China in particular. The Chinese government's quick imposition and enforcement of mandatory quarantine for all citizens, as well as its instant and near hermetic sealing off of all borders, saved millions of lives, stopping the spread of virus far earlier than in other countries. So the message here is we have to look towards the Chinese, the oppressive totalitarian Chinese regime as an example of what we need to be doing here. And of course, the ruling class here loves the Chinese regime because they have demonstrated to the ruling class the most efficient form of capitalism, which is authoritarian capitalism. China's government was not the only one that took extreme measures to protect its citizens from risk and exposure. During the pandemic, national leaders around the world flexed their muscles, flexed their authority, and imposed airtight rules and restrictions, from the mandatory wearing of face masks to body temperature checks at the entries to communal spaces. What they're saying is they're building a system where every move you make, you got to go through them. Even after the pandemic faded, this more authoritarian control and oversight of citizens and their activities stuck and even intensified. In order to protect themselves from the spread of increasingly global problems, from pandemics and national terrorism to environmental crisis and rising poverty, leaders around the world took a firmer grip on power. Well, what the hell would rising poverty have anything to do with imposing strict citizen controls with face masks? So they're very sloppy stuff here. At first, the notion of a more controlled world gained wide acceptance and approval. Citizens willingly gave up some of their sovereignty and their privacy to more paternalistic states in exchange for greater safety and stability. I mean, that's just a complete naked contradiction to the famous saying that if you think you're going to give up a little bit of security, I mean, if you're going to give up your freedom for security, you're going to get neither. That's the long-standing thing. And here what they're doing is They're not even ashamed or embarrassed to absolutely say the exact opposite. They're saying, yes, we all want to give up our privacy and sovereignty for more stability and security and stability. So you don't get that. When you give it up like that, you get the shaft. Two more documents. Keep it zoomed. We have the National Security Memorandum of December 10th, 1974. This is Henry Kissinger's brainchild. The National Security Memorandum number 200. You can look that up on your internet. I'll summarize it. He says that there's too many people, we got to get rid of the population. So to answer your question.
Oh, from earlier.
Yeah, he says, he used the word depopulation, which is different. Depopulation means killing people that already exist, and it's to get the minerals, because we need the minerals. And here's another one. The CDC has a patent on Ebola. They've patented it. Yeah? Right. So basically, if you want to get a cure for your Ebola,
it says it right up here, right? It says human Ebola virus species and compositions and methods thereof, and it's a patent.
It's a patent. They patented the main strain plus something like 17 other strains of it. So they own it. They want to get more control, more and it's going to be curfews and quarantines. So what I'm saying is that unless the American people start to get some new way to revolt, a new way to organize, new way to protest, unless we can break through the apathy, because that's what we have here, then it's going to be a slave state here. The ruling class doesn't seem to have too much resistance. They're getting everything on their Christmas shopping list, and they've been wanting quarantines and curfews for a long time. Now they got it. And if you want to live in a world where you're tricked into all this stuff because it's for your safety, right? And if you want to have a probe and make sure you got to check your pockets, make sure you don't have anything incriminating on you before you go out, and when you step out of your house, you want some police there to monitor and see what you're doing. If that's the world you want to live in, be apathetic, don't do anything. You're going to get that world very soon. It's coming your way, definitely.
Whatever agenda the Jew invents and implements, you have no right to resist it or to not follow it, the Jew agenda, whatever it is, however abusive, authoritarian, however disgracing it is, demeaning it is, blasphemous, depraved, ridiculous, ludicrous, insane, if you don't follow the Jew agenda, regardless of how illogical, if you don't follow it, the Jew agenda, you're an anti-Semite. You're an enemy of the Jews.
Yours is a voice of criticism we don't often hear in the United States. Often when there is dissent expressed in the United States against policies of the Israeli government, people here are called anti-Semitic. What is your response to that as an Israeli Jew?
Well, it's a trick. We always use it. When from Europe somebody is criticizing Israel, then we bring up the Holocaust. When in this country people are criticizing Israel, then they are anti-Semitic. And the organization is strong and has a lot of money, and the ties between Israel and the American Jewish establishment are very strong, and they are strong in this country. As you know, they have power, which it's okay. They are talented people, and they have power, money, and media, and other things. And their attitude is Israel, my country, right or wrong, the identification. And they are not ready to hear criticism. And it's very easy to blame people who criticize certain acts of the Israeli government as anti-Semitics, and to bring up the Holocaust and the suffering of the Jewish people, and that justify everything we do to the Palestinians.
And there's Orwell writing this, which was supposed to be in the future, but it was not really the future. He was right then and there. I mean, just remember that the Germans were being genocided as Orwell was writing that book. Right when he finished that book, the Germans, all of Germany was going to be exterminated by the Jew. And the American knew nothing about this. Absolutely nothing. How can I have respect for these people? I ask you, how can I? It's just amazing. So all Orwell was doing is just documenting what he was seeing. And it was classified as some kind of a futuristic, dystopian fantasy. But Orwell knew the Jew. See?
Nazis were enemies of communism. Communism killed hundreds of millions. Hitler allegedly killed 6 million Jews. It's untrue. It's just not true. It's a fabrication. That so-called Holocaust is quite simply a fabrication. You can spend a couple of hours on the internet, and if you seek out the revisionists, the best revisionists, you'll see all the evidence points one way, and all of the emotion points in the other way. The emotion fully backs 6 million Jews wickedly killed in gas chambers by the Nazis. Ooh. All the emotions on one side, all the evidence is on the other. How on earth in a couple of years do you cremate 6 million corpses? It's not possible. With the number of gas ovens that they had at the most at Auschwitz or anywhere, the evidence is just absolutely against every time. But minds no longer run on evidence. People's minds today are gone. They watch soap operas and TV. It's all emotion, emotion, emotion. And then the Holocaust is true. Or it seems truth is then defined by emotion. What makes me feel chocolate is true. What makes me feel uncomfortable because it goes against what I think is not necessarily true or untrue. What does truth depend on? It depends on the evidence. Who still today has minds that run on evidence? Not many. People's minds, people don't think. They don't want to think, and quite honestly, they're incapable of thinking. And guess what? Their education today is made so that they won't think. In the old days, you used to learn logic, and you used to learn arguments, and you used to so on. Today, no longer. No. You're taught to run on emotion. People run on emotion, and then they cannot understand how the Holocaust is not true, because they're judging by emotion. But if you want to know whether the Holocaust is true or not, go by the evidence. Look up the evidence, and you'll see, if you've got half a brain in your head, you'll see in a short space of time that the Holocaust is quite simply a fabrication. 6 million gassed. There wasn't one deadly gas chamber, or there wasn't one gas chamber in Nazi Germany which was killing human beings. Not one. What there was in the concentration camps were disinfection chambers where Zyklon B gas was used to delouse clothing of prisoners as they came into the camps. That there was. That there is the evidence for. The evidence of the prussic acid is a blue stain in the concrete of these disinfection chambers. That you find. That is evidence. In the walls, it's evidence. But in the walls of the alleged gas chambers, often built after the war, it's a fabrication. Sheer fabrication. But that's the stupidity of modern man. Modern man thinks he's so smart. He's got so many universities. Everybody now goes to university, and everybody becomes stupid at these modern universities. Who can deny it? I said that yesterday, I think, that you come out of these modern universities with a degree in a circular shape, coloured black with 2 ears on top. They're Mickey Mouse degrees in these modern universities. They're not universities at all. They're the appearance of universities without the substance or reality. The whole of the modern world is appearances inherited from yesterday, of a world that's disappearing and gone. It's been emptied out by those who have been clever enough to fool the masses. And we know who those who are clever enough to fool the masses. And the masses want to be fooled.
Herman Rosenblatt received international attention for his story about being a hungry little boy in a Nazi concentration camp who was thrown apples every day by a little girl on the other side of the fence. Years later, according to the story, Rosenblatt met that same girl on a blind date in New York City, and he proposed on the spot.
They used to come by every day, bring the apple, have in my jacket and a piece of bread, and he used to say, "I'll see you tomorrow."
The story landed Herman and Roma Rosenblatt on Oprah twice and in newspapers all over the world. They also got a book and movie deal. But the story wasn't true.
Why did you do it? Why did you tell such a big lie to so many people for so long?
It wasn't a lie. It was my imagination. And in my imagination, in my mind, I believed it. Even now I believe it, that she was there and she threw the apple to me.
How can you say it wasn't a lie? It wasn't true, and you know it's not true.
Yes, it's not true. But in my imagination, it was true.
Rosenblatt says he made the story up to give people hope and to promote understanding about the Holocaust. But members of his own family say his real motivation was money.
So you were not motivated in any way by money?
No.
This is from your son. He said that he knew you were lying for years and he couldn't get you to stop. And here's his quote. "It was always hurtful. My father is a man who I don't know." How do you respond to that?
I don't know. I can't respond to it. I don't know why he said it. I don't know what. Maybe I'll ask him.
Herman and Roma Rosenblatt told their false story publicly for more than a decade, but it all fell apart about 6 weeks ago after Holocaust scholars proved that it was physically impossible for prisoners to approach the fence at the concentration camp where Herman was kept, and that Roma's family was actually more than 200 miles away at the time.
Why did your wife agree to go along with this? Did she ever express any reservations?
Because she loves me.
Why is she not here today?
Because I don't want her to be here today. It's too much going on.
Was it difficult for your wife to have to go out very publicly and tell a story that she knew wasn't true?
It was. It was. But she loves me so much that if she thinks that's good for me, she'll go along with it.
Rosenblatt is remarkably unrepentant about his years of lying.
I pronounce my love for you forever.
When you look at that, does it make you uncomfortable at all?
No.
You think that was the right thing to do?
Yeah.
And while you were up on the stage there in front of all those people, in the back of your mind, were you not thinking,
no,
I'm not telling the truth here?
No.
Let me ask you just quickly about
I didn't hear you say you agreed to it. Do we agree to that? Is that...
Our interview was frequently interrupted by this man, Harris Solomon, who says he is planning to produce a fictionalized movie account of Rosenblatt's story, despite complaints from critics. Rosenblatt says he wants people to know that he did what he did with good intentions.
So if you had to do it over again, would you tell the same story?
Yeah.
You would?
Yes.
And something I wanted to point out to you, you know, there are many pictures about the Russian liberating Auschwitz, and there's never any snow. And the snow was honestly that high. And so I have some connection with the Russian embassy, and I was there once, and I said, something puzzles me. Those photos are fakes, because there's no snow. And they said, well, yes, they are not fakes, but when the army came, they didn't have cameras, they didn't photograph. So only much later, when they realized we should have pictures of it, they took pictures like you see now. But this is definitely not in Auschwitz and not the liberation of Auschwitz. There were not that many people with clothes and children and no snow.
I remember when I used to tell the Jews that 6 million of them didn't actually die in the Holocaust, I was expecting them to rejoice with the good news. But instead they got really mad. And they said, no, they were tortured and burned. I'm like, no, it's actually mathematically not even close to possible. And there's no evidence that it happened at all. They're like, you should be in jail. And I'm like, I'm telling you the good news. The good news, my Jews, is the Holocaust is a wildly exaggerated event to the point of hilariousness. They're like, no, give me my trauma. Give me my pain, because if not, I'm just evil. Every victim is an abuser, and every abuser is a victim. The victim cycle is a circle. It's not a straight line. So if they want to abuse the population, which a lot of them do, that's their job, selling drugs, lies, porn, debt, they have to be the victim or else they can't be the abuser. You understand? Every victim is an abuser. Every abuser is a victim. So when you say, oh, it turns out 6 million of you guys didn't actually die, 6 million Jews didn't even live in Europe at the time. I mean, the facts are right in plain sight. It's so easy to prove. They're like, no! Because if not, they're just drug dealers. If they're not victims struggling to hold on to their identity in a world of hateful goyim that want to burn them alive, they're simply bad people.
I grew up in the 50s, and we Jewish kids had no idea that a Holocaust ever existed. Perhaps we were the first Holocaust deniers. If not, Jewish historian Jacob Marcus certainly was. For in the 1950 edition of the Encyclopedia Britannica, Marcus wrote that it was thousands of Jews, not 6 million, that perished during World War II. Not a single gas chamber was mentioned. It wasn't until the 60s, when pro-Israel lobbies grew in power, that the number 6 million and gas chambers suddenly was served up to a gullible public. Working with Jewish Hollywood, the lobbies needed to manipulate political opinion to support Israel. By playing victim, they could extort millions and eventually billions of dollars for their Zionist agenda. The book and movie Diary of Anne Frank, exposed as a fabrication, helped further their agenda. I guess all that smoke was inspired by Elie Wiesel's Night, where he wrote that Jews were thrown live into flaming ditches at Auschwitz. No way. Auschwitz-Birkenau was built on a swamp with a high water table. Last time I checked, water's not very flammable. That mass grave they're digging would have been filled with water by now. And why are there so many Holocaust survivors? If those evil Germans were so determined to kill off the Jews, then how did Elie Wiesel and even Otto Frank, father of Anne Frank, survive to tell their tales? Is it because efficient Germans didn't put prisoners to death, but to work? Historian Jacob Marcus did cite work camps, not death camps, as places of incarceration. And according to forensic evidence expert Fred Leuchter, not a single homicidal gas chamber ever existed.
I personally made photographs and produced a great deal of photographic evidence of the hardware and facilities that we found in Poland. The forensic samples that I removed from the facilities, the control sample from the lousing facility number 1 of Birkenau, and all of the other samples from the alleged gas execution rooms were properly taken, packaged for submission to the laboratories. I examined the facilities, and I made a determination that they were incapable of supporting the use of hydrogen cyanide gas for purposes of execution or otherwise. But additionally, it would be necessary to remove samples, return them to the United States for testing at an independent laboratory to in fact confirm what my visual inspection indicated, that these facilities never in fact contained hydrogen cyanide gas.
That's the gas emitted from Zyklon B, used for disinfection and delousing prior to and during World War II. And that's the only evidence of mass executions we get. Cans of Zyklon B, piles of shoes, and photos of dead inmates, many who died of typhus even after the liberation. And where's the evidence of any gas chambers? All we get are reconstructed ones.
The first night that you were brought here, everybody was taken, stripped.
Those survived. Stop there. He's got to keep his book Night a bestseller since he wrote the Germans threw babies into flaming ditches, which was impossible given the high water table.
It shrank. The country became the town the ghetto was street, the street, the room, the cattle crowd. And then a gas chamber.
But why didn't Weasel mention a gas chamber when he first wrote Night, just 13 years after the war ended? Because there was none, that's why. If Weasel and all the Jews are so sure the Holocaust happened, why are they so afraid of those who challenge their narrative? It's because their narrative, though full of holes, is their bread and butter. If we all want to survive the Holocaust, then maybe we should do what Wiesel has done. He's made a fortune from it.
חשובים, עובדות חשובות, שמעבירות דברים שלא קיבלנו בבית הספר, לא קיבלנו בתוכנית הלימודים, כשם שלא לימדו אותנו, גם בחינוך גבוה. נתתי הרצאות לפני מורות ומורים להיסטוריה. למה באמת היטלר היה נגד היהודים? מה הוא רצה מהם? מה הפריעו לו? אבל הדברים כתובים כאן במיין קאמפף. זה הספר יצא רק לאחרונה, התירו לתרגם מיין קאמפף בעברית, זה היה אסור כל השנים. אבל יש תרגום קודם יותר שיד ושם תרגם קטעים, להם היה מותר. היטלר טוען בספר שלו שהיהודים הם קומוניסטים. הם עשו את המהפכה ברוסיה. הם הרגו שם 30 מיליון רוסים, את כל האינטליגנציה, בצורה אכזרית ונוראה. ואת זה הם רוצים לעשות לכל העולם. הארץ הבאה בתור זה גרמניה. הם הקימו את המפלגה הקומוניסטית והסוציאליסטית הגרמנית, וזה נכון. אם אנחנו לא נתגבר עליהם עכשיו, הם יחסלו אותנו וישחטו גם כאן 20 מיליון איש את כל האינטליגנציה. וככה הם הלכו מארץ לארץ. כשבסופו של דבר האינטליגנטים היחידים, החכמים היחידים, יהיו רק היהודים. והוא חוזר על זה הרבה פעמים, שלא תהיה טעות. והוא צודק. את המהפכה ברוסיה עשו היהודים. את הצבא הרוסי בנה טרוצקי. הוא הקים את היפססט כאבריה, המחלקה היהודית של המפלגה הקומוניסטית, שחבריה הלשינו את האבא ואת האמא, את האח ואת הבן. מי שיש לו סידור או אפילו ספר ללימוד עברית, אני כבר לא מדבר על תפילין ומקווה, את הכל הוא הרס, מה אצל היהודים, אבל ודאי אצל הרוסים. בתמונה של פוליט ביורו הראשון, זה כמו הממשלה ברוסיה, מתוך 13 חברים 6 יהודים. מי הקים את הקג"ב? לפני כן קראו לו NKVD. יהודי? אם כן הדברים טובים מפורש. הוא לא שנא את היהודים בגלל שיש להם פאות. הוא לא שנא אותם בגלל שהם שומרים מצוות. בגלל שהם קומוניסטים. והוא כותב כאן בצורה ברורה. היהודים הרסו את הדת ואת האמונה. הם הפיצו בגרמניה את הכפירה באלוקים. את זה הוא כותב כאן. אתם מבינים עכשיו למה הוא לומדים את זה בית ספר? כי מי כותב את תוכניות הלימודים? אותם שמאלנים. בוודאי לא יכתבו שהיטלר רצה להרוג את היהודים בגלל שהם אבות השמאל העולמי ואבות המרקסיזם, קומוניזם, לניניזם. אבל את זה הוא כותב. הרסו את כל הערכים. הרעילו את כל הספרות והתיאטרון. מי זה אותם יהודים שומרי תורה ומצוות? את התיאטרון הגרמני? מתוך 9 עיתונים גדולים בגרמניה 7 של יהודים.
Who knows the first 2 laws that Hitler implemented? Hitler, Yimach Shemo v'Zichro, first 2 laws that Hitler implemented that not only put him in a different status than everybody else for the rest of history, but also made what's called until this day the biggest financial miracle in history. Who knows the first 2 laws? Before the Nuremberg laws. Before that, we're talking about years before it. Hitler first comes into power. What's the first 2 laws? Okay, I'll save you the time. Rule number 1. No more pornography. No more homosexuality. None of that garbage. Not allowed. Berlin, in the 30s, in the 20s, was the Sodom and Gomorrah of the day. They were the Las Vegas of the day. They were the Sodom and Gomorrah of the day. Homosexuality, pornography, all the bestiality, all the garbage of the world, that was the capital of the world. He outlawed it. You're no longer allowed, closed all the bars, all the gay clubs, all the production, which were all run by Jewish people. Unfortunately. Second rule. What's the second rule? Second rule was, you're not allowed to charge interest. No more interest. Now you would think, why? What does he care about interest? Well, because all the people that had the money, that lent the money out, were Jews. He didn't like it. So he said no more interest. Why? Because of the high interest that the Jews charged people was so high, it ruined, it destroyed the economy in Germany. They destroyed, just like they destroyed Russia a few years before that, through their communism over there. Jews destroyed Russia. Not Goyim. Jews destroyed. Communism is by Jews. Well, don't let anybody confuse you. You look at history, Karl Marx, all the other Reshaim, they're all Jews. Wicked, but nonetheless Jews. They destroyed Russia, and he wrote in chapter 2 of Mein Kampf, they destroyed Russia, now they're destroying Germany, that's why I have to destroy them. Now, this doesn't make he's right. The point is, that's actually real, true history. Now, he saw that the Jews are controlling the financial system, and they're charging such high interest, they destroyed the German economy. To the extent that by the time you arrived to go to the store to buy bread, you had to take a whole horse carriage full of money. By the time you arrived at the store, it wasn't enough. Why? Because the inflation rate was so high. The bread became so much more valuable and your money went down. So now he says, what's this, the cause of this? Because nobody could afford to do anything because the interest rates are so high. So he decided no more interest rates. You're not allowed to charge interest rates. And at that time, the Great Depression was happening around the entire world. Everyone was in a financial collapse. America was a financial collapse. England was a financial collapse. Everybody else was collapsing. Germany collapsed worse than everybody else. But after he passed this law of no more interest, within 6 years, Germany became the leading, wealthiest economy in the world. They called it a financial miracle. Why? They were the only ones that were bold enough to stop interest. This is one of the biggest reasons of why he hated Jews. Because they destroyed the economy, because of their greed. This is happening again.
The book I wrote in about 1975 was, as Rick mentioned, the history of the Hungarian uprising of 1956 against the communist occupation of Hungary. for which I had access to a certain number of CIA files, which were very interesting because the CIA carried out in-depth psychological interrogations of a large number of the Hungarian refugees who came to this country after 1956. And there was no doubt in my mind a very interesting discovery indeed, which I wasn't aware of until I began investigating that. I didn't realize this. The reason I began writing a book about the Hungarian uprising was entirely irrelevant. I decided to write a book about something other than Hitler and the Third Reich, just to show that I wasn't in a rut. But the odd thing was that when I began writing that book, I discovered from the CIA files that the Hungarian people, when they started that uprising, it began as an anti-Jewish pogrom. It was essentially an anti-Jewish revolution and not an anti-communist revolution to begin with for the first few days. The Hungarian people regarded their government in the 1950s as being a Jewish government. And they regarded the secret police, the dreaded Államvédelmi-hatóság, the AVH, as being a Jewish secret police. And essentially it was, because when the Red Army entered Hungary in 1945, they brought back into Hungary all the Jews who had taken refuge in the Soviet Union. And they were the ones who got the plum jobs, and they were the ones who got the trustworthy jobs as secret police chiefs and as torturers. And that's why the Jews were so hated in Hungary by 1956, because they were regarded as the people who had inflicted this nameless misery on the Hungarian people. And so the uprising began as an anti-Jewish uprising. Every one of the Hungarian leaders at that time in 1956, Rákosi and Farkas and Gero and the rest of the Hungarian leaders, they were all Jews. And I never realized that when I set out to write it. It's an extraordinary fact, the way these things are kept away from the public consciousness. And, of course, inevitably, when the book came out, I was accused of anti-Semitism for having written it. But what am I supposed to do when you discover something as a historian? Are you supposed to try and pretend it isn't that? And if you do pretend it isn't that, you're doing the Jewish people more harm than good, I think. I delivered a lecture in Shreveport, in Louisiana, about 6 months ago, and on this occasion the audience was about as large as this, but half the audience had been taken over by the local Jewish community, and they decided to wreck my meeting by barracking and by interrupting and by being thoroughly obnoxious. And after an hour of this, with the rest of the audience getting very restless at the way they were not being permitted to hear me deliver my lecture, I then said to the leader of the Jewish community who was attacking me, I said, it just came to me like this. I said, I look at myself in the mirror in the mornings and I know that I'm disliked. I've been called disliked by reviewers in England. The Sunday Times called me the most disliked historian in Britain, which caused me to write a letter to the Sunday Times saying, is it the historian's duty to be liked, therefore? And how do you know that I'm the most disliked historian in Britain? Do you stand in Oxford Street with a clipboard asking people, what do you think about historians? How do you rate David? And, oh, he's most disliked. I know, I said to this Jewish mob in my audience, that I am disliked, and I know why I'm disliked. Now, you people have been disliked for 3,000 years. Do you ever look in the mirror and ask yourselves why you are disliked? That might be very... No, I didn't mean it in an offensive way. I meant it as a helpful, self-analytical way, the way that the communists, the Marxists, self-criticize and self-analyze. Have you ever analyzed yourselves as race and said to yourselves, we have been hounded and persecuted and harried and massacred for 3,000 years, why us? And they never ask themselves that question, do they? They never ask them this. They come along and they harry and persecute others and they behave in a thoroughly obnoxious way, as I probably behave in their eyes, but they never ask themselves why, and they never cure their own faults. One of the leader of this faction in the audience stood up furiously. From his accent I could tell not only that he came from England, but from London, and from his accent, in fact, I could tell from which corner of London he came from, because England, our accents are like that. We're very class-conscious in England. We can tell what class somebody is by their accent, and we can tell which street almost they come from. If you've seen My Fair Lady, you'll know this. And I said, you come from Colindale, don't you? And he said, how do you know that? I said, your accent gives you away. And he was the leader of the gang. And he said, are you accusing us? Are you saying that we are responsible for Auschwitz ourselves? And it's a bit of a dazzling question, and when you think about it, I said, well, the short answer is yes. But that's a cruel answer, because to do the question justice, you've got to have a lot of intervening stages, of course. But the short answer, if you want to hop from A to Z, is yes. If you hadn't behaved the way you have as a race for 3,000 years, first the Russians, then the Poles, then the Galicians, then the Austrians, and the rest wouldn't have harried and hounded you from pillar to post, so you end up finding yourselves in Auschwitz. And you've never asked yourselves why. And they still don't want to accept that. To him, that question and my answer was unacceptable. In Germany, it would no doubt have been grounds for another $22,000 fine. In Canada, I would have probably found myself in handcuffs again. But I don't think it was an anti-Semitic answer. It was an attempt to be helpful in a kind of psychiatrist couch way. Analyze yourself. Cast out the mote from thine own eye.
And that's why we've got COVID. Because COVID is a classic case of appearances without the reality. The propaganda is relentless, day after day after day. And it's lying all the time about how many that are in the hospitals, what they're in the hospitals for, what does them good in the hospitals, and so on and so on and so on. They're put in the hospitals on ventilators and they're killed. They're put onto ivermectin, and within a few hours they start feeling better. But they're told the exact opposite. Ivermectin is banned, and ventilators are become obligatory for people shoved into the hospitals because of allegedly COVID. It's absolutely wicked what is going on. And the people are too stupid to realize.
Yuri Alexandrovich Bezmenov. Mr. Bezmenov was born in 1939 in a suburb of Moscow. He was the son of a high-ranking Soviet Army officer. He was educated in the elite schools inside the Soviet Union and became an expert in Indian culture and Indian languages. He had an outstanding career with Novosti, which was and still is, I should say, the press arm or the press agency of the Soviet Union. It turns out that this is also a front for the KGB. He escaped to the West in 1970 after becoming totally disgusted with the Soviet system, and he did this at great risk to his life. He certainly is one of the world's outstanding experts on the subject of Soviet propaganda and disinformation and active measures. Well, you spoke several times before about ideological subversion. That is a phrase that I'm afraid some Americans don't fully understand. When the Soviets use the phrase ideological subversion, what do they mean by it?
Ideological subversion is the slow process which we call either ideological subversion or active measures, активные мероприятия in the language of the KGB, or psychological warfare. What it basically means is to change the perception of reality of every American to such an extent that despite of the abundance of information, no one is able to come to sensible conclusions in the interests of defending themselves, their families, their community, and their country. It's a great brainwashing process which goes very slow, and it's divided in 4 basic stages. The first one being demoralization. It takes from 15 to 20 years to demoralize a nation. Why that many years? Because this is the minimum number of years which requires to educate one generation of students in the country of your enemy, exposed to the ideology of the enemy. In other words, Marxism-Leninism ideology is being pumped into the soft heads of at least 3 generations of American students without being challenged or counterbalanced by the basic values of Americanism, American patriotism. The demoralization process in the United States is basically completed already. For the last 25 years, actually it's overfulfilled, because demoralization now reaches such areas where previously not even Comrade Andropov and all his experts would even dream of such a tremendous success. Most of it is done by Americans to Americans, thanks to lack of moral standards. As I mentioned before, exposure to true information does not matter anymore. A person who was demoralized is unable to assess true information. The facts tell nothing to him. even if I shower him with information, with authentic proof, with documents, with pictures, even if I take him by force to the Soviet Union and show him concentration camp, he will refuse to believe it until he is going to receive a kick in his fat bottom. When a military boot crashes his balls, then he will understand, but not before that. That's the tragic of the situation of demoralization. The next stage is destabilization. This time, subverter does not care about your ideas and the patterns of your consumption. Whether you eat junk food and get fat and flabby, doesn't matter anymore. This time, and it takes only from 2 to 5 years to destabilize a nation, what matters is essentials: economy, foreign relations, defense systems. And you can see it quite clearly that in some areas, in such sensitive areas as defense and economy, the influence of Marxist-Leninist ideas in the United States is absolutely fantastic. I could never believe it 14 years ago when I landed in this part of the world that the process will go that fast. The next stage, of course, is crisis. It may take only up to 6 weeks to bring a country to the verge of crisis. You can see it in Central America now. And after crisis, with a violent change of power, structure, and economy, you have so-called the period of normalization. It may last indefinitely. Normalization is a cynical expression borrowed from Soviet propaganda. When the Soviet tanks moved into Czechoslovakia in '68, Comrade Brezhnev said, "Now the situation in brotherly Czechoslovakia is normalized." This is what will happen in the United States if you allow all these schmucks to bring the country to crisis, to promise people all kind of goodies and the paradise on earth, to destabilize your economy, to eliminate the principle of free market competition, and to put a big brother government in Washington, D.C., with benevolent dictators like Walter Mondale, who will promise lots of things, never mind whether the promises are fulfillable or not. Your leftists in the United States, all these professors and all these beautiful civil rights defenders, they are instrumental in the process of the subversion only to destabilize the nation. When their job is completed, they are not needed anymore. They know too much. Some of them, when they get disillusioned, when they see that Marxist-Leninists come to power, obviously they get offended. They think that they will come to power. That will never happen, of course. They will be lined up against the wall and shot. But they may turn into the most bitter enemies of Marxist-Leninists when they come to power. And that's what happened in Nicaragua. You remember most of these former Marxist-Leninists were either put to prison or one of them split, and now he's working against Sandinistas. It happened in Grenada when Maurice Bishop was already a Marxist. He was executed by a new Marxist who was more Marxist than this Marxist. Same happened in Afghanistan when first there was Taraki, he was killed by Amin, then Amin was killed by Babrak Karmal with the help of KGB. Same happened in Bangladesh when Mujibur Rahman, very pro-Soviet leftist, was assassinated by his own Marxist-Leninist military comrades. It's the same pattern everywhere. The time bomb is ticking. With every second, the disaster is coming closer and closer. The time bomb is ticking. With every second, the disaster is coming closer and closer.
The Jew power structure has induced mental illness on a worldwide scale. In essence, Jew mental illness has inflicted worldwide mental illness. That's it. Nothing less.
Times, everybody's angry, living lives. If you broke, think you're gonna save the day. You gone out of your damn mind, kids. Nobody cares about what you say. So you scream, oh please look at me, living through an iPhone TikTok dream. Rape me, date me, grape me, pay me, begging for attention. Boo-hoo, you gone out of your damn mind, kid. Nobody cares about what you do. Play the victim. yourself. All your selfies ain't no revolution. They're slowing down our evolution. I suppose I need to apologize, and if I don't, you hope and wish I'd die. Oh, cool, another rule made up by a teenage rebel who loves big tech, big fun, big gun, big laws. Gonna talk about it on their new blog. You've gone out of your damn mind, kid. Nobody cares about what you want. So you cry, not true, I'll fact check you. Getting your opinion approved by some desperate, faceless, vainless, brainless intern writer for the fake news. Hey, you're out of your damn mind. Nobody cares about what they say. You think you got a voice, think you got a choice, think it's something special in the corporate white noise. Tweet this, post that, gram this, talk that, swipe left, tap here, to this, not that. You think that they're on your side? They only share what they decide. You're just part of the corruption that's peddling crap for mass consumption. Oh geez, you labeled me, your tolerance is so extreme. Which one do I get to be? A fascist, bigot, or a Nazi? You're out of your damn mind, kid. Cause I don't care about what you think. Oh my, heavy times, everybody's angry, living lies, and you broke, joke, woke, folks think you're gonna save the day. You've gone out of your damn mind, kids. Nobody cares about what you say. You've gone out of your damn mind, kid. Nobody cares about what you say. You've gone out of your damn mind. Nobody cares about what you say.
Let me put it very clearly. You have no constitutional right to endanger the public and spread a disease, even if you disagree. You have no right not to be vaccinated. You have no right not to wear a mask. You have no right to open up your business.
Wait, can I stop you? No right not to be vaccinated? Meaning, if they decide you have to be vaccinated, we have to be vaccinated?
Absolutely. And if you refuse to be vaccinated, the state has the power to literally take you to a doctor's office and plunge a needle into your arm. If the vaccination
Where is that in the Constitution?
If the vaccination is designed to prevent the spreading disease. If the vaccination is only to prevent a disease that you will get, for example, if there's a disease that will kill you, you have the right to refuse that, but you have no right to refuse to be vaccinated against a contagious disease.
But you've opened up a whole new area here. So the governor has the right, the government has the right to force someone to be vaccinated. But how do we know what they're providing us from a medical standpoint is accurate? There are doctors who argue that Anthony Fauci is totally wrong in his assessment, and it certainly seems like week to week, month to month, they don't seem to know anything about this virus.
If the majority of the people agree and support that for public health measures, you have to be vaccinated, you have to be vaccinated. They should give you an alternative. The alternative is to live in your home, don't get vaccinated, but never, ever leave your home or live in a bubble. But if you want to interact with other people, you cannot become Typhoid Mary. The Constitution doesn't give you the right to spread your illness to other people. And you can disagree, you can be a dissenter, you can leave the country, you can go into a bubble. But what you can't do is say, I don't agree with Fauci, Therefore, I'm going to take the law into my own hands and decide to spread the disease. That's not a constitutional right. Sorry.
We're mixing the fields of medicine and law, and the proof of something in law seems vastly different than the proof of something in medicine. A lot of the people who are advising us as to the future of vaccinations in this country are the very same people who have been kicked out of major countries for serious failures and injuries resulting from vaccines that they felt were going to be beneficial. I'm very troubled by the legality of what you're suggesting, because it seems like we're very close to a government mandate that we must all be vaccinated. Let me take you in another direction.
I would like to see a government mandate. I hope it's mandated, and I will defend it, and will argue that in the Supreme Court of the United States against your views.
With all the data that has emerged, we clearly see just how safe and effective the vaccines are across populations,
including the elderly, those with underlying health conditions, and pregnant and nursing women.
Due to so many people being vaccinated, the number of hospitalizations and deaths decreased greatly since the vaccines were released.
But the numbers of COVID-19 cases are spiking again.
In June, 100% of people who died from COVID-19 in Maryland were unvaccinated.
100%.
Unvaccinated people died. There is unfortunately a lot of misinformation circulating.
It's important to know the truth.
After over a year of research, clinical trials, and the actual vaccines in use, we see no evidence of any kind of negative outcome for fertility and no evidence of increased risk to women of childbearing years.
COVID-19 does not discriminate by age or health status.
There is no predicting how severe a case someone will experience.
Unvaccinated people who were hospitalized or died didn't think it would happen to them. Go take the vaccine.
Get vaccinated.
Get vaccinated.
Get vaccinated. Now.
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 Be smart. Be responsible. Get vaccinated.
If you don't get vaccinated, you're antisocial. This is what the Dutch Prime Minister and Health Minister told us. You don't get vaccinated just for yourself, but also for others. You do it for all of society. That's what I said. Today, this turned out to be complete nonsense. In a COVID hearing in the European Parliament, one of the Pfizer directors just admitted to me, at the time of introduction, the vaccine had never been tested on stopping the transmission of the virus. This removes the entire legal basis for the COVID passport. The COVID passport that led to massive institutional discrimination as people lost access to essential parts of society. I find this to be shocking, even criminal. Please watch the video until the end.
Voor u, mevrouw Small, heb ik de volgende vraag waar ik een duidelijk antwoord op wil. And I will speak in English so there are no misunderstandings. Was the Pfizer COVID vaccine tested on stopping the transmission of the virus before it entered the market? If not, please say it clearly. If yes, are you willing to share the data with this committee? And I really want a straight answer, yes or no, and I'm looking forward to it. Thank you very much.
Regarding the question around, did we know about stopping immunisation before it's entered the market? No. We had to really move at the speed of science to really understand what is taking place in the market.
This is scandalous. Millions of people worldwide felt forced to get vaccinated because of the myth that you do it for others. Now this turned out to be a cheap lie. This should be exposed. Please share this video.
Hello, I'm Dr. Michael Upshe's coming at you from Right Facts of History. Stop the shots.
I'm Dr. Kat Lindley from the World Council for Health. It's time to stop the shot.
I'm Dr. Apter. Stop
Stop the shots.
I'm Dr. Mary Talley Bowden. We must stop these shots now.
Hello, I'm Dr. Paul Alexander, and I'm working with Dr. Ben Marvel and Stop the Shots.
I'm Dr. Peter McCullough. Stop the shot.
I'm Dr. Ivani Gupta. Stop the shots.
I'm Dr. Bruce Burrows, board-certified internist and cardiovascular specialist for 41 years. Stop the shots now. The only thing they're good for is Big Pharma's pocketbook. They're dangerous.
But the lie is not any lie. It is one of the most terrible in history. I mean, young people are dying at rates we've never seen before. You know, all of these like mentions of people swimming in the last week, like in Italy and the UK, and suddenly they're dead in the water. I mean, those are the vaccines. You don't have 11 deaths on Italian beaches in one day. In the UK, kids are going swimming, they're dead in the water. I mean, there are massive deaths occurring. The life insurance data is screaming. I mean, this is a humanitarian catastrophe, yet the train rolls on. Mandates continue. Get your jab, get your booster, get the new Novavax, get the new hybrid. You know, we got to just keep fighting.
They're all unsafe and defective is my new slogan. Unsafe and defective. They're clearly poisonous, and we need to stop the shots.
They must stop the shots. Please listen to me. These doctors care about you. They're smart. They've been watching all the data. They know that these vaccines are toxic and dangerous. Please listen to them. They care about you. The administrators, the bureaucrats, they don't give a shit about you. They're just pushing an agenda.
I'm Dr. Grams. I'm a family physician, and I say stop the shots. These shots are unsafe and defective. They aren't even vaccines. They're an experimental gene therapy based on CRISPR gene editing techniques with no long-term safety studies of the kind that should have been done before this was ever offered to the general public.
I'm Dr. James A. Thorpe, board-certified OBGYN, board-certified maternal-fetal medicine. Stop the shots. Stop the C-19 poison injections. We're calling for a worldwide ban. Stop the shots. Thank you.
We must stop the shots as soon as possible. They're killing people all over the world. Simple truth is, they're poison.
I'm Dr. Linnell Lowry. Stop the shots. I'm Dr. Finn, infectious disease and toxicology. What will it take to stop the shots?
I'm Dr. Robert Lowry. Stop the shots.
Many physicians are fighting this, and we need your help. In the meantime, we need to stop these shots.
I'm Dr. Steve Latulla. For the love of humanity, for the safety of humanity, stop the shots.
Hi, I'm Dr. Molly Rutherford. Stop the shots.
I'm Dr. Calvin Blind. Stop the shot.
I'm Dr. Erin Greer. Stop the shots.
I'm Dr. Beth Tyson, and I'm telling you to stop the shot.
I'm Dr. Molly James. We need to stop the shots. I can't believe this charade continues. We know they're not safe, they don't work, and they're hurting people. Stop the shots.
I'm Dr. Terry Lincoln. Stop the shots.
I'm Dr. Angie Farella. Stop the shots.
I'm Dr. Aaron Williams. Stop the shots.
I'm Dr. Deborah Viglione. Stop the shots.
Dr. Avery Brinkley. Stop the shots.
I'm Dr. Neely. The VAERS data speaks for itself. Please stop the shots.
I'm Dr. Sigla. Stop the shots.
The vaccine has already created so many injuries and too much suffering. So it's about time that we really fight against it. Stop the shot!
Hello, this is Dr. John Winter, MD from Mississippi. It is time to stop these poison shots, period.
I'm Dr. Sonia Narishkin. Please don't let the lives of you or your loved ones be destroyed by the sudden, unnecessary deaths of your newborn baby, of your healthy, happy, athletic teen, of you or your spouse in the prime of your life, of your dear aging parent. Don't put yourselves at unnecessary risk for severe, lifelong neurologic damage, autoimmune disease, infertility, or even cancer. Stop the experimental messenger RNA COVID gene therapy shots. Please do your part to stop the shots.
My name is Dr. David Vella, MD. You do not need to live in fear. You do not need to take an experimental gene treatment. Please stop the shots. I'm Dr. Brian Artis. Stop the shots.
I'm Dr. Judy Mikovits. Please stop the shots. All the shots.
We're going to perform a little magic You like magic, don't you? We're going to take your boys and turn them into girls. Then we're going to take your girls and turn them into boys. Isn't that an amazing magic trick? We can perform miracles. It's a miracle because we're the chosen people. And we can be your God. Yep. We can and we will do all of that and more. You better believe it. Who knows what the future will bring? We're the chosen, aren't we not? And we have a very bright future ahead for you. You will have nothing and be happy. Very, very happy. Well, it's a good thing we got the Frankfurt School over here. Yeah, they're going to take your country and rip it apart. And you helped us do it! We couldn't have done it without you! How long do you think it took? How long do you think all that took? A very short, about 130 years. That's all it took. From Ellis Island to the phony Joe Biden. 130 years. All those stinking, mentally ill, depraved Jews from Poland and Russia and Ukraine, and they run the world now. They run the world now. What were you doing?